Thank you for joining us today and listening to this audiobook. We truly appreciate your time and support. Before we dive into the story, I'd like to invite you to do something that means the world to us. Please like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. By doing so, you're not just staying connected, you're becoming part of an exclusive community dedicated to celebrating knowledge, culture, and empowerment. If you're interested in the ebook or paperback edition of this audiobook, head over to our Amazon page. You'll find the link in the description below. And for those of you looking to show your support in other ways, we've got custom t-shirts, hoodies, and beautiful African wall art available. Just click the merchandise link in the description to check it out. Once again, thank you for being here with us. Your engagement means everything. It helps us continue creating meaningful content and building a space where we can all grow together. So please take a moment now to like, comment, and subscribe. It's more than just a click. It's your way of saying you're with us on this journey. Thank you and enjoy the audiobook. Dr. Gavin Harrell presents a never-ending Black history series, People, Places, and Things. A powerful guide for Black Americans navigating life in a systemically racist society. Book 3, Introduction. The purpose of this book is clear. It is a roadmap for Black Americans who are navigating a world that often feels relentlessly stacked against them. It is not enough to survive in a society that perpetuates systemic racism and inequality. The goal is to thrive, to excel, and to push back against the barriers that have long been designed to limit the progress and potential of Black women and men. This book aims to provide actionable wisdom, strategies rooted in history, resilience, and empowerment that can help Black Americans succeed despite the challenges they face. Systemic racism and societal challenges are not abstract concepts. They are real, palpable forces that shape the everyday experiences of Black people in America. From discriminatory hiring practices and racial profiling to disparities in education and healthcare, the systems that govern society often work against the very people they are supposed to serve. These systems were not built with Black people in mind. They were built to exclude, exploit, and oppress. But in acknowledging this reality, we also uncover the strength, the power, and the wisdom required to dismantle these systems and build something better in their place. This book is about finding that strength. It's about understanding the historical and structural forces that shape the present and learning how to navigate them with purpose, strategy, and resilience. Each chapter provides not only a reflection on the ways in which racism manifests in contemporary society, but also practical advice for confronting and overcoming these challenges. The path is not easy, but it is one that countless Black women and men have walked before, leaving behind a legacy of resistance, resilience, and triumph. The Weight of History: Understanding Structural Racism. In order to successfully navigate the challenges of systemic racism today, it is essential to understand where these systems come from and how they were built. Racism in America is not just a matter of individual bias or prejudice. It is deeply embedded in the very structures of society, from the legal system to the economy to the educational system. The history of slavery, Black codes, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration, and countless other policies and practices have all worked to create and maintain a racial hierarchy that privileges white Americans and marginalizes Black Americans. Structural racism is the foundation upon which many of today's societal challenges are built. For example, consider the racial wealth gap. which is often framed as a product of individual financial choices or failures. In reality, the wealth gap is the direct result of centuries of exclusionary policies that denied Black families access to homeownership, fair wages, and capital. Understanding this history is crucial because it allows Black Americans to see that their challenges are not personal failings. They are the result of systems designed to limit Black economic mobility. Example, for young Black professionals. A young Black person entering the workforce might encounter the reality of the racial wealth gap in the form of a significant student loan burden. Compared to his white peers, he is more likely to graduate with higher debt and fewer family resources to help alleviate that burden. Understanding the historical roots of this disparity can help him approach his financial journey with clarity, knowing that his struggle is not just about individual decision-making, but also about a broader systemic issue. With this knowledge, he can seek financial literacy resources, mentorship, and support systems that specifically address the unique challenges faced by Black graduates. The modern-day manifestations of racism. Racism today is more covert, more insidious than it was during the era of Jim Crow, but it is no less harmful. It shows up in policing, in healthcare, in the workplace, and in the very fabric of American life. One of the key challenges for Black Americans is learning to recognize the ways in which modern racism manifests, often in subtle but profoundly damaging ways. Take, for instance, the phenomenon of microaggressions in the workplace, those subtle, often unintentional comments or actions that communicate hostile, derogatory, or negative racial slights. A Black woman who is constantly complimented on how articulate she is may begin to feel that her intelligence is always being measured against a lower standard. Or a Black man who is repeatedly mistaken for a service worker in professional settings might come to internalize feelings of invisibility or inferiority. These experiences can be emotionally exhausting and psychologically draining, contributing to a form of racial battle fatigue that many Black Americans experience on a daily basis. Learning to navigate these challenges requires both resilience and strategy. It involves developing the emotional intelligence to recognize when you are being subjected to microaggressions and the confidence to address them, either directly or through supportive networks within your workplace or community. Example, for navigating microaggressions. A young Black woman in a corporate environment might decide to address the microaggressions she faces by seeking out a mentor, ideally someone who understands the unique challenges Black professionals face in predominantly white spaces. This mentor can offer advice on how to assert herself in meetings, respond to microaggressions in a way that protects her dignity, and advocate for greater diversity and inclusion within the company. Over time, these strategies not only help her navigate the workplace more effectively, but also position her as a leader in creating a more equitable corporate culture. Resilience in the face of systemic oppression. At the heart of this book is the idea of resilience. Resilience in the face of systemic oppression. Resilience in the pursuit of justice. And resilience in the ongoing struggle for equality. Resilience is not just about survival. It is about thriving, about building a life that reflects your values, your purpose, and your aspirations, even when the odds are stacked against you. For Black Americans, resilience has always been a necessary survival skill. From the resilience of enslaved people who found ways to resist their bondage, to the resilience of civil rights activists who risked their lives for freedom. The Black experience in America is a testament to the power of resilience, but resilience today takes on new forms. It's about building emotional strength to navigate microaggressions and systemic bias. It's about cultivating financial literacy to build wealth despite the barriers imposed by the racial wealth gap. It's about creating communities of support where Black women and men can uplift each other and build a collective sense of power. Example for building resilience. A young Black entrepreneur facing the challenges of securing capital for their business might feel discouraged by the systemic barriers that disproportionately affect Black-owned businesses. But rather than giving up, they can tap into networks of support, such as Black business incubators, crowdfunding platforms like Kickstarter, or peer-to-peer lending programs. By building relationships within the Black entrepreneurial community, they can access resources, mentorship, and advice that help them succeed in a business environment that was not designed for them. The power of collective action. While individual resilience is critical, it is equally important to recognize the power of collective action in challenging systemic racism. No one person can dismantle these systems on their own, but together we can make change. Collective action has always been the driving force behind movements for justice and equality, from the Montgomery bus boycott to the Black Lives Matter movement. Today, collective action takes many forms. It can be as simple as supporting Black-owned businesses, as powerful as organizing for policy change, or as personal as creating spaces for healing and solidarity within your community. The key is to recognize that none of us are in this fight alone, and that when we come together, we are stronger, more resilient, and more capable of driving meaningful change. Example for collective action. A group of young Black activists might come together to organize a voter registration drive in their community, recognizing the power of political engagement in challenging systemic oppression. By educating their peers about the importance of voting, advocating for policies that protect Black communities, and holding elected officials accountable, they are contributing to a long legacy of collective action in the fight for justice. This book is not just a guide for surviving systemic racism. It is a call to action for thriving in the face of it. Each chapter offers insights into the historical and structural aspects of racism and provides practical strategies for navigating these challenges in today's world. Whether through financial literacy, community involvement, activism, or personal resilience, Black Americans have the power to shape their own futures. The journey ahead is not easy, but it is one that countless Black women and men have walked before. The wisdom, strength, and resilience that have sustained our ancestors are within us, too. This book is an invitation to tap into that power, to build a life that reflects your fullest potential, and to contribute to the ongoing struggle for justice and equality. Together, we can create a future where success is not limited by the color of our skin, but defined by the strength of our will.
About the author. There is a kind of gratitude that rises up from the depths of one's soul, not so much a celebration of survival, but a recognition of the strength it took to survive. My story, like so many stories, is one of hardship, of pain, and of faith, a faith that was not born of certainty, but of necessity. I was 7 years old when I was abandoned by my parents, cast adrift in a world that seemed indifferent to my existence. The journey from childhood to manhood was not a journey at all, but a sudden, brutal shift. By 12, I was on the streets, alone, abandoned, with nothing but the will to keep breathing. The streets became both my home and my battleground. Each day presented new challenges, testing my resolve and pushing the limits of my endurance. It was a time of immense struggle where every moment was a fight for survival. Yet, in the face of these adversities, I discovered a wellspring of strength within myself that I never knew existed. This strength was not just physical, but emotional and spiritual. Today, I stand as a testament to the power of perseverance and faith. My journey is a reminder that even in the bleakest moments, there is always a spark of hope. It was through God's grace and my own determination that I was able to navigate these treacherous waters. Each day was a testament to my resolve, shaping me into the person I am today. And as I reflect on the man I have become, I must give thanks to the woman who has walked beside me, my wife, Dr. Nicole Boatswain Harrell. Her unwavering support, her dedication, her brilliance, these have been my anchor. Nicole's work in the world of developmental education is nothing short of extraordinary. She is a force, a light, and she has shown me what it means to commit oneself fully to a cause, to a purpose. To my son, Ethan, you are the reason I strive every day to be better, to be stronger, to be the man I want you to look up to. Your spirit, your drive, your energy, they inspire me in ways I cannot even begin to describe. As I have walked this path, I have found a way to merge my passions, my experiences, my beliefs. I have dedicated myself to the study of history, earning my master's and doctoral degrees, focusing on African American studies, law, and government. But my academic pursuits are not separate from my life. They are informed by it. My academic pursuits are paralleled by my extensive experience in law enforcement, a journey that began in 2004. As a law enforcement police veteran, I have served with distinction, currently holding the position of police lieutenant in Washington, D.C. In this role, I manage a significant number of police officers and police supervisors, which demonstrates my exemplary leadership and an unwavering commitment to public safety and community service. My tenure as a detective in the Criminal Investigation Division, where I conducted extensive high-level criminal investigations, honed my skills in conducting thorough interviews, meticulous research, and precise evidence gathering. These experiences, both the hardships I have endured and the professional paths I have walked, have not only shaped who I am, but they have also shaped the way I approach my work as a historian. I bring the same rigor, the same attention to detail, the same relentless pursuit of truth to my historical research as I do to my work in law enforcement. Because in the end, whether I am uncovering a piece of history or investigating a crime, I am driven by the same thing, a desire to see justice done, to see the truth brought to light, to see that every story, every life is given the dignity it deserves.
Chapter 1. Know your history, know your power. Understanding the history of systemic racism in America requires delving into the complex, entrenched systems of discrimination that have evolved over centuries, shaping the lives and opportunities of Black Americans. Systemic racism refers to the policies, practices, and social norms embedded within institutions that disproportionately harm people of color, particularly Black Americans. The foundations, slavery, and the birth of systemic racism. Systemic racism in America has its roots in the institution of slavery, which began in the early 1600s and continued until the Civil War. Slavery wasn't just an economic system. It was a legally sanctioned racial hierarchy that dehumanized Black people and justified their exploitation. The belief in the inherent inferiority of Black people was codified in laws that defined them as property rather than human beings. The Three-Fifths Compromise of 1787, which counted enslaved individuals as 3/5 of a person for legislative representation, is one of the earliest examples of systemic racism being written into the U.S. Constitution. This compromise reflected and reinforced the idea that Black people were less than fully human. Reconstruction, and the Jim Crow era. After the Civil War, during Reconstruction, there were efforts to rebuild the South and integrate formerly enslaved people into society as free citizens. However, these efforts were met with violent resistance and the establishment of Black codes, laws that restricted the freedom of Black people and ensured their continued exploitation. The end of Reconstruction in 1877 led to the rise of Black codes and Jim Crow laws across the South. These laws enforced racial segregation and disenfranchised Black people, stripping them of the rights they had briefly gained. Jim Crow was systemic racism in its most overt form, mandating separation and inequality in every aspect of life, from education to employment to public accommodations. Redlining and economic discrimination. In the 20th century, systemic racism took new forms, particularly through economic policies that disproportionately disadvantaged Black Americans. One of the most insidious practices was redlining, which began in the 1930s. Redlining was the practice of denying mortgages and loans to people living in certain areas, often those with large Black populations. This not only prevented Black families from buying homes and building wealth, but also contributed to the creation of segregated neighborhoods with fewer resources and opportunities. The effects of redlining are still felt today, as many of the neighborhoods that were redlined remain economically depressed and predominantly Black. This has had a lasting impact on the wealth gap between Black and white Americans. The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s sought to dismantle systemic racism by challenging segregation and discrimination through legal action, protests, and civil disobedience. Landmark legislation, such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, addressed some of the most blatant forms of systemic racism. However, the end of legal segregation did not mean the end of systemic racism. Issues such as mass incarceration, discriminatory policing, and racial disparities in education and healthcare have persisted. The war on drugs in the 1980s, for example, disproportionately targeted Black communities, leading to the mass incarceration of Black men and exacerbating racial inequalities. Contemporary manifestations today, systemic racism continues to affect Black Americans in various ways. The criminal justice system is a significant area where systemic racism is evident, with Black individuals being more likely to be arrested, convicted, and given harsher sentences than their white counterparts for similar offenses. The racial wealth gap persists, with white households having significantly more wealth than Black households. The ongoing struggle against systemic racism has been highlighted by movements such as Black Lives Matter, which emerged in response to police brutality and the killings of unarmed Black people like Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, and George Floyd. These movements have brought renewed attention to the deep-seated racism that continues to pervade American institutions. Understanding the history of systemic racism in America is crucial to addressing the ongoing challenges that Black Americans face. From slavery to Jim Crow to contemporary issues like mass incarceration and economic inequality, systemic racism has been a persistent force in shaping the lives of Black people in the United States. Recognizing this history allows for a deeper understanding of the work that still needs to be done to achieve true equality. The importance of knowing the struggles and triumphs of Black ancestors is invaluable. There is something profoundly transformative about knowing the struggles and triumphs of Black ancestors. It is not simply about recalling historical facts or paying homage to the past. It is about embodying the spirit of survival, resistance, and innovation that has carried generations of Black people through the most inhumane systems of oppression. In the same way that the enslaved sought freedom in the face of unimaginable cruelty, Black women and men today must seek liberation in a world where structural racism persists in insidious forms. The task here is to show that the struggles of Black ancestors are not merely relics of the past, but blueprints for survival and triumph in the present. By examining these stories, we unearth tools and strategies that young Black women and men can employ to navigate and resist the very systems designed to marginalize them. From slavery to liberation, the power of perseverance. When we think about the struggles of Black ancestors, it's important to begin with slavery, the foundational system of racial exploitation that dehumanized millions. However, in this context, the focus should not solely be on the brutality of slavery, but on the resilience it bred. Figures like Harriet Tubman, who escaped slavery and returned to the South repeatedly to lead others to freedom via the Underground Railroad, epitomize the power of perseverance in the face of insurmountable odds. Today, young Black women and men must embody this spirit of perseverance in their everyday lives. For example, when facing systemic barriers in education, whether it be underfunded schools or racial bias in academic settings, students can find inspiration in the actions of Black ancestors who refuse to be bound by the limitations imposed upon them. By understanding the legacies of figures like Tubman, they learn that it is not enough to survive. One must fight to uplift others, as Tubman did, to ensure collective progress. Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Understanding the new forms of old oppression. It's critical to understand that the end of slavery did not bring about full freedom. What followed was another brutal era of disenfranchisement and racial segregation, Jim Crow laws, that sought to relegate Black people to second-class citizenship. The resistance to Jim Crow was just as fierce, with individuals like Ida B. Wells, who fearlessly documented lynchings and challenged the country to face its hypocrisy. Fast forward to the modern era, where mass incarceration functions. Black individuals must recognize that mass incarceration, police brutality, and racial profiling are not anomalies, but extensions of a deeply entrenched racial caste system. Understanding this lineage equips young Black people to navigate these systems with a critical awareness that the criminal justice system is not neutral. Instead, they must strategize like Wells did by documenting injustices, educating themselves, and becoming advocates for systemic reform. The Civil Rights Movement, the power of collective action. The triumphs of the Civil Rights Movement are perhaps the most recognizable markers of Black resistance. The victories of Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and the countless unnamed activists who organized sit-ins, boycotts, and marches serve as undeniable proof that collective action can dismantle oppressive systems. Through organized efforts, Black Americans achieved significant legislative wins, such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Today, young Black women and men can incorporate these lessons of collective action into their lives. Whether it is organizing for equity in schools, advocating for community resources, or participating in political movements, understanding the civil rights movement shows that progress is often won through unified strategic efforts. The resurgence of movements like Black Lives Matter mirrors this historical precedent. reminding today's generation that while individual effort is important, collective action can force systems to change in ways that benefit the entire community. Economic self-sufficiency has always been a powerful form of resistance against systemic racism. In the early 20th century, Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, stood as a testament to the economic strength of Black communities. It was a thriving hub of Black entrepreneurship, boasting businesses, banks, and schools, all created by and for Black people. Tragically, it was destroyed in the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921, but the legacy of economic empowerment remains. Young Black women and men can draw on the lessons of Black Wall Street by focusing on financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and supporting Black-owned businesses. Economic independence provides a shield against many of the inequities that stem from systemic racism, such as discriminatory hiring practices and wage gaps. Moreover, by building and supporting Black businesses, the community is fortified, ensuring that resources circulate within and benefit Black neighborhoods. Finally, education has always been a battlefield for Black Americans. From the time of enslavement, when it was illegal for Black people to learn to read, to the present day, education has been viewed as a tool of liberation. Figures like Frederick Douglass, who taught himself to read and write in defiance of the laws of his time, understood that knowledge was the key to freedom. Young Black women and men today must embrace education not just as a means to an end, but as a form of resistance. Whether they are pursuing traditional academic paths or engaging in self-education about Black history and culture, they must view knowledge as a tool for dismantling the very systems designed to keep them oppressed. By understanding the struggles and triumphs of figures like Douglass, they are reminded that every bit of education they attain is a step toward liberation for themselves and for the broader community. The importance of knowing the struggles and triumphs of Black ancestors cannot be overstated. These stories are not merely historical facts. They are blueprints for navigating the present. From the resilience of enslaved Africans to the triumphs of the civil rights movement, Black ancestors have laid a foundation of strength, perseverance, and resistance. For young Black women and men today, incorporating these lessons into their lives means understanding that survival is not enough. To truly honor the legacy of their ancestors, they must strive not only to survive but to triumph against all odds in every facet of life. Here are additional examples of Black ancestors who demonstrated perseverance, resilience, and triumph, each offering valuable lessons we can learn from. Sojourner Truth, 1797-1883, was an abolitionist and women's rights activist who was born into slavery but escaped to freedom. Her famous speech, "Ain't I a Woman?" delivered in 1851, highlighted both the struggle for racial and gender equality. Truth was a fierce advocate for the rights of Black women, and her legacy demonstrates the power of courage and truth-telling in the fight for justice. Her life teaches young Black women the importance of intersectional activism, recognizing that their struggle is both racial and gender-based. Frederick Douglass, 1818-1895, an escaped slave who became a leading abolitionist orator and writer, represents the power of education and advocacy. His autobiography, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave, provided a first-hand account of the horrors of slavery and was instrumental in galvanizing the abolitionist movement. His legacy reminds young Black women and men that knowledge and literacy are powerful tools in the fight for liberation. Douglass's self-education and subsequent leadership illustrate the transformative power of learning and self-empowerment. Madam C.J. Walker, 1867-1919, was the first self-made female millionaire in the United States, creating a successful line of beauty and hair products for Black women. Walker's journey from a laundress to an entrepreneur demonstrates the importance of perseverance and innovation in the face of racial and gendered adversity. She not only built a business empire, but also used her wealth to support civil rights causes and empower other Black women entrepreneurs. Her story is a powerful example of how economic empowerment can lead to both personal success and collective uplift. Paul Robeson, at 1898-1976, was a singer, actor, and political activist who used his talents to speak out against racial injustice in the U.S. and abroad. Despite facing severe backlash during the McCarthy era for his outspoken criticism of U.S. racism and imperialism, Robeson remained steadfast in his beliefs, often performing in countries that embraced his activism. His resilience in the face of political persecution teaches young Black individuals the importance of standing firm in their principles, even when it comes at a great personal cost. Fannie Lou Hamer, 1917-1977, was a civil rights activist whose grassroots work in the Mississippi Delta helped lead to the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Born to sharecroppers, she rose to national prominence despite threats, violence, and arrests, famously stating, "I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." Hamer's fight for voting rights and her boldness in standing up to systemic oppression are key lessons for young Black people, showing that one can be both a product of an oppressed system and a powerful agent of change within it. Bayard Rustin, 1912-1987, was a key strategist behind the civil rights movement and a close advisor to Martin Luther King Jr. Despite his crucial role in organizing the 1963 March on Washington, Rustin was often marginalized within the movement due to his identity as a gay man. His story teaches young Black women and men the importance of intersectionality, advocating for all aspects of their identity, including race, gender, and sexual orientation. Rustin's perseverance in the face of both racism and homophobia highlights the importance of staying true to one's values, even in the face of exclusion. 9 months before Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a Montgomery bus, 15-year-old Claudette Colvin, 1939 present, did the same, becoming one of the first women to challenge bus segregation in court. Despite her bravery, Colvin's story was overshadowed by Parks, partly because of her young age and circumstances. Her courage at such a young age is a reminder to today's youth that their voices and actions matter, even when the world is not watching. Colvin teaches young people that change often starts with the bold actions of individuals, no matter how young. John Lewis, 1940-2020, was a civil rights leader, U.S. Congressman, and a key figure in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. He was one of the original Freedom Riders and led the 1965 march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where he and others were brutally attacked by police in what became known as Bloody Sunday. Lewis's philosophy of good trouble, necessary trouble serves as a powerful example for today's generation, teaching that sometimes it is necessary to challenge unjust systems, even at personal risk. By understanding and incorporating these lessons, young Black individuals can not only overcome the barriers they face, but also contribute to the long legacy of resilience and triumph that defines Black history. Embrace education and self-improvement. Like Frederick Douglass, young people can use education as a tool of liberation and social mobility. Economic empowerment. Madam C.J. Walker's entrepreneurial spirit can inspire the pursuit of financial independence and the support of Black-owned businesses. Collective action. Fannie Lou Hamer and John Lewis teach the power of organizing and engaging in civic duties to create systemic change. Courage and authenticity. Figures like Paul Robeson and Bayard Rustin show that staying true to your principles and identity, even when it's unpopular, is a form of resistance in itself. Rebuilding Black Wall Street, a term often associated with the prosperous Greenwood district of Tulsa, Oklahoma, before it was destroyed in the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, would require a combination of strategies aimed at economic empowerment, community investment, and systemic change. Here's how a modern version of Black Wall Street could be rebuilt. One of the key factors that contributed to the success of Black Wall Street was Black-owned businesses. To rebuild a modern version, there must be a strong emphasis on fostering entrepreneurship within Black communities. Access to capital. Many Black entrepreneurs struggle with securing capital due to systemic barriers. Efforts must focus on creating and expanding access to venture capital, loans, and financial literacy programs specifically designed for Black business owners. Investment funds like the New Voices Fund, founded by Richelieu Dennis, provide a model for offering financial support to Black entrepreneurs. Support for Black-owned businesses. Encouraging Black consumers and allies to support Black-owned businesses is essential. Initiatives like the Buy Black movement help increase visibility for Black businesses and promote circulation of the Black dollar within the community. Efforts to connect Black entrepreneurs with broader markets through digital platforms are also crucial. Business incubators and mentorship programs. Establishing incubators in predominantly Black neighborhoods can provide aspiring entrepreneurs with the resources, mentorship, and networking opportunities they need to grow their businesses. To recreate the infrastructure of Black Wall Street, we must invest directly in Black communities. Affordable housing and property ownership. Addressing housing inequalities by promoting home ownership and affordable housing within Black neighborhoods is critical for building generational wealth. Building financial institutions. Black-owned banks played a critical role in Black Wall Street's success. Supporting existing Black-owned banks and creating new financial institutions focused on Black wealth-building initiatives and help facilitate business growth and property ownership. Public and private investment in infrastructure. Investing in the physical and digital infrastructure in Black communities, building schools, health facilities, and improving internet access can help create sustainable environments for families and businesses to thrive. Education and workforce development is key. Access to quality education and job training programs can empower Black communities. STEM and entrepreneurship education. Programs that focus on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, and entrepreneurship for Black youth can help build the next generation of business leaders. Organizations like Black Girls Code are already making strides in empowering young Black women in the tech industry. Job training and apprenticeships. Rebuilding Black Wall Street would also require providing job training in emerging industries like technology, healthcare, and green energy. Partnerships with companies to offer apprenticeships and job opportunities for residents in underserved Black communities could be vital for economic mobility. Leveraging technology and digital platforms is vital. Modern Black Wall Street should embrace technology as a driving force for economic success. E-commerce and digital infrastructure, encouraging Black businesses to leverage digital platforms for e-commerce can help them reach national and global audiences. Developing tech hubs and co-working spaces in predominantly Black neighborhoods can also foster innovation and digital entrepreneurship. Cryptocurrency and blockchain. Some have suggested that cryptocurrency and blockchain technology could be useful tools for Black economic empowerment. These technologies can provide alternative access to wealth-building tools and decentralized financial systems for those traditionally excluded from mainstream banking. None of the above will be sustainable without systemic changes to dismantle institutional barriers. Equitable lending practices. There must be advocacy for policy reforms that address racial disparities in lending, banking, and real estate. Ensuring equal access to capital through policy change can help level the playing field for Black entrepreneurs and homeowners. Reparations and restorative justice. Rebuilding Black Wall Street may also require government support in the form of reparations or restorative justice programs that acknowledge the destruction of Black wealth through policies like redlining, urban renewal, and direct violence like the Tulsa Massacre. Some cities and states are already exploring reparative measures to rectify historical wrongs. Advocacy for business-friendly policies. Supporting policies that provide tax incentives and grants for minority-owned businesses can further encourage entrepreneurship and economic development within Black communities. Finally, a new Black Wall Street could be rooted in principles of cooperative economics, ensuring that wealth is distributed within the community. Community land trusts and co-ops. Establishing community-owned land trusts can help ensure that housing and commercial spaces remain affordable. Worker cooperatives can also provide community members with shared ownership in businesses, spreading wealth more equitably. Collective investment funds. Creating community investment funds, where individuals pool resources to finance local businesses and real estate ventures, can help retain wealth within Black communities and create sustainable economic ecosystems. Rebuilding Black Wall Street requires a multifaceted approach that includes entrepreneurship, education, investment in infrastructure, technology, policy reform, and cooperative economics. By combining these elements, Black communities can build sustainable wealth, reduce racial disparities, and create vibrant economies reminiscent of the original Black Wall Street. Reparations play a crucial role in rebuilding a modern version of Black Wall Street by addressing the long-term impact of systemic racism, economic disenfranchisement, and historical injustices that have severely hindered Black wealth building in America. Here's how reparations would factor into this effort by restoring wealth and economic justice. Reparations would directly address the massive wealth gap between Black and white Americans, a gap largely created by centuries of exploitation, land theft, and discriminatory policies like redlining and segregation. By providing financial compensation to descendants of enslaved Africans and victims of systemic discrimination, reparations can help close this wealth gap, providing much-needed capital to invest in businesses, real estate, and community infrastructure. For example, the destruction of Black Wall Street in Tulsa deprived generations of Black families of intergenerational wealth. Reparations could be used to restore economic opportunities that were stolen through events like the Tulsa Race Massacre, systemic racism, and the institution of chattel slavery. These funds could go toward land grants for Black families, offering down payment assistance for homeownership to Black families, funding Black-owned banks and credit unions to increase access to capital, supporting Black entrepreneurs with seed money to start businesses, erasing all college tuition debt for Black college graduates and students, offering grant funding to Black students for college tuition, credit restoration for Black families, financial literacy training for Black families from top financial firms. Reparations could also be directed toward education and job training programs. Since systemic racism has left many Black Americans in underfunded schools and limited access to career opportunities, reparations could be used to fund scholarships and educational grants for Black students, especially in STEM and business programs. Invest in historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, strengthening these institutions that have long been pillars of Black educational advancement. Create job training and apprenticeship programs to prepare young Black women and men for high-paying, future-oriented careers, thus building a skilled workforce that can contribute to economic growth within the community. Reparative justice and community healing is another factor. Reparations are not just about economic compensation. They are also about acknowledging and healing the trauma caused by centuries of racism and violence. Providing reparations signals an acknowledgement of the harm done to Black communities, helping to restore dignity and offer closure for past injustices. This sense of healing is critical for creating trust between Black communities and the institutions that have historically oppressed them. Land and property restoration. Reparations could include restoring land or property that was unjustly taken from Black communities, as seen in places like Tulsa and other cities where thriving Black neighborhoods were destroyed through urban renewal, gentrification, or racial violence. Public apologies and memorials. Reparations could also include public acknowledgments of historical wrongs, including memorials and educational initiatives that ensure these events are not forgotten and future generations learn about them. Reparations can catalyze broader systemic reforms needed to prevent future economic disenfranchisement of Black Americans. This includes reforming banking and lending practices that have historically discriminated against Black borrowers, addressing discriminatory housing policies that have limited Black home ownership, creating policy changes that ensure equal opportunities for Black entrepreneurs in obtaining government contracts and grants. Reparations can help rebuild trust between Black communities and the broader American society, acknowledging that the wealth gap and economic disparities were not created by a lack of effort or ability within Black communities, but through deliberate policies and practices. Reparations serve as a tool to correct the imbalance and provide a foundation for future Black prosperity. Modern examples of reparations take various forms, ranging from local government initiatives to corporate restitution efforts. Although the U.S. federal government has not enacted a formal reparations program for Black Americans, several notable local efforts have emerged that aim to address historical injustices tied to slavery, segregation, and racial violence. 1. Evanston, Illinois, 2021. Evanston became the first city in the U.S. to offer reparations to Black residents. The city passed a reparations program that provides $10 million over the next decade to address housing inequities stemming from discriminatory housing policies. Eligible Black residents receive financial assistance for home repairs, down payments, or mortgage payments. This effort was funded through a cannabis sales tax, acknowledging that the war on drugs disproportionately harm Black communities. The program specifically addresses the long-standing wealth gap and lack of home ownership among Black residents. 2. California Reparations Task Force 2020 present. In 2020, California established a statewide task force to study and recommend reparations for Black residents. The task force's mission is to explore the impact of slavery and systemic racism and propose ways to compensate descendants of enslaved Africans. While still in the early stages, the task force has generated significant attention and is seen as a blueprint for larger reparations efforts that could be adopted at the federal level. 3. Georgetown University, 2019. In 2019, Georgetown University formally acknowledged its role in the sale of 272 enslaved Africans in 1838, which helped to pay off the school's debts. The university announced that descendants of those sold into slavery would receive preferential admission treatment, and the school pledged $400,000 annually toward projects benefiting those descendants. This effort is a form of educational reparations, combining financial assistance and educational opportunity. 4. Rhode Island, 2020. The Providence City Council approved a truth, reconciliation, and reparations process, focusing on the state's deep ties to the transatlantic slave trade. Rhode Island played a significant role in the slave trade, and the reparations initiative aims to address the generational harms caused by it. The initiative involves public discussions on how best to compensate Black and Indigenous residents through economic investments and policy reforms. 5. Asheville, North Carolina, 2020. The city of Asheville passed a reparations resolution that focuses on addressing the wealth disparities caused by systemic racism. While the resolution does not involve direct financial payments, it focuses on building generational wealth by investing in Black homeownership, entrepreneurship, and education. The city also committed to enhancing healthcare and employment opportunities for Black residents. 6. Tulsa, Oklahoma, 2021. In recognition of the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, efforts to provide reparations to descendants of those affected have gained renewed momentum. In 2021, Tulsa launched initiatives to revitalize the Greenwood District and provide restitution to victims' descendants. The city has also created economic development programs to help Black entrepreneurs rebuild businesses in the historic district. 7. Corporations addressing slavery ties. Several major corporations have acknowledged their historical ties to slavery and systemic discrimination. J.P. Morgan Chase, Aetna, and Lehman Brothers are among companies that have offered public apologies and set aside funds for scholarships, education programs, or community investment initiatives to address the generational impact of slavery and systemic racism. These corporate reparations efforts, though smaller in scale, mark a shift in acknowledging and taking responsibility for historical wrongs. While federal reparations remain a debated topic, these modern examples demonstrate that local governments, educational institutions, and corporations are beginning to address historical injustices through targeted initiatives. These programs, though often limited in scope, represent a growing recognition that reparations are a necessary step toward rectifying the deep racial and economic inequities created by slavery and systemic racism. America has a long history of providing various forms of reparations and financial support to different groups, particularly white Americans, while consistently denying similar reparations to Black Americans, particularly the descendants of enslaved people. Here's a look at how the U.S. has provided economic advantages to various groups through policy decisions and reparative efforts, contrasting these with the lack of reparations for Black Americans. 1. The Homestead Act, 1862. The Homestead Act of 1862, signed by President Abraham Lincoln, granted 160 acres of free land to American citizens, primarily white settlers, or immigrants who were willing to cultivate it for 5 years. This law was instrumental in settling the American West and allowed many white families to accumulate wealth through land ownership. While many Americans benefited from this opportunity, Black Americans, particularly freed slaves, were largely excluded from accessing these lands due to discriminatory policies, systemic racism, and the lack of capital to develop the land, even if they could acquire it. 2. Compensation to former slave owners. During the end of the Civil War, the U.S. government provided financial compensation not to the freed slaves, but to their former owners. The District of Columbia Emancipation Act of 1862 paid slave owners up to $300 for each enslaved person they were forced to emancipate. This was done as a way to compensate them for their loss of property, the enslaved human beings. In contrast, freed slaves were not provided any financial restitution or compensation for their years of unpaid labor or suffering. 3. The GI Bill, 1944. After World War II, the GI Bill was created to help veterans by providing benefits such as low-cost mortgages, low-interest loans to start a business, and financial support for education. While this legislation was theoretically available to all veterans, systemic racism in the administration of the GI Bill meant that Black veterans were disproportionately excluded from its benefits. Many Black veterans were denied access to home loans due to discriminatory practices by banks, and Black colleges were underfunded, limiting educational opportunities. Meanwhile, white veterans were able to accumulate wealth through homeownership and higher education, contributing to the wealth gap that persists today. 4. Reparations for Holocaust survivors. In contrast to the lack of reparations for Black Americans, the U.S. government has supported restitution efforts for Holocaust survivors, both financially and diplomatically. Starting in the 1950s, the U.S. backed initiatives where the German government agreed to pay reparations to Jewish survivors of the Holocaust. These reparations included direct payments to survivors, restitution for property confiscated by the Nazi regime, and financial support for Jewish institutions. Although these reparations were not directly funded by the U.S. government, the U.S. played a pivotal role in ensuring that Holocaust survivors receive compensation. 5. Land redistribution to Native Americans. The U.S. government has also made attempts to compensate Native American communities for land theft and displacement, though these efforts have often been incomplete or underfunded. The Indian Claims Commission, 1946-1978, was created to address land disputes and provide financial compensation to Native American tribes for lands taken by the government. Although the commission provided some monetary restitution, it did not return the lands to Native peoples, and the amounts provided were often insufficient to address the lasting economic damage caused by forced relocation and cultural genocide. 6. Japanese American internment reparations. In 1988, the U.S. passed the Civil Liberties Act, which granted reparations to Japanese Americans who were interned during World War II. Each surviving detainee received $20,000 in compensation, along with a formal apology from the government. This was a rare instance in which the U.S. government acknowledged wrongdoing and provided monetary compensation for the harm inflicted on a marginalized group. 7. Federal aid and programs for white immigrants. Historically, white European immigrants benefited from various federal programs designed to help them integrate into American society. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, federal and state programs provided land, low-interest loans, and other forms of support to European immigrants settling in America. This support enabled many white immigrant families to build wealth and establish themselves economically, while Black Americans continued to face legal, economic, and social discrimination. While the U.S. government has provided reparations, financial support, and systemic benefits to many groups, particularly white Americans, Black Americans have historically been excluded from these reparative measures. Whether through land ownership, compensation for wartime internment, or support for veterans, policies have systematically favored white Americans, while Black Americans have been denied reparations for slavery, segregation, and systemic racism. This ongoing inequity underscores the importance of current discussions around reparations for Black Americans as a necessary step toward addressing the historical and economic injustices that persist today. When we reflect on the history of Black people in America, it is impossible not to see the deep-rooted systemic oppression that has defined this nation from its founding. But it is equally impossible to ignore the resilience, the unyielding courage, and the will to survive and thrive that have carried Black people through centuries of brutal and dehumanizing experiences. This knowledge of our ancestors' struggles and triumphs is more than just a record of history. It is a source of strength and motivation that must be leveraged today. For young Black women and men, understanding this history is not just about honoring the past, but about learning how to navigate a present that continues to be marked by systemic racism and injustice. It's essential to recognize that knowledge is power, the power to confront, resist, and ultimately overcome the obstacles placed in front of us comes from understanding where these barriers originate. The criminal justice system, the educational system, the economic disparities, all of these are deeply connected to the legacy of slavery, segregation, and systemic racism that our ancestors faced head-on. When you know the roots of the systems that oppress you, you can begin to dismantle them piece by piece. Young Black people must learn that their challenges are not individual failures, but part of a larger historical narrative that has sought to dehumanize and disenfranchise Black people for generations. Knowing this is crucial because it allows young people to reframe their struggles as part of a collective battle, not as isolated experiences. For instance, understanding the history of redlining helps Black families today grasp why they have been systematically denied access to home ownership and generational wealth. It is this knowledge that empowers young Black people to pursue economic independence in the face of a system designed to keep them from building wealth. Take Harriet Tubman, for example. Tubman's story is not just one of courage, but one of strategic brilliance. She didn't just escape the brutal system of slavery. She returned again and again to guide others to freedom. She understood the landscape, the risks, the dangers, and planned meticulously to outsmart those who sought to keep her and her people in bondage. For young Black women and men today, Tubman's legacy teaches that courage must be coupled with strategy. It's not enough to want freedom. You must be willing to plan, adapt, and navigate treacherous terrain to achieve it. In a modern context, this could mean understanding the systems of institutional racism in the workplace, education, or the criminal justice system, and devising ways to outmaneuver them, whether it's learning how to excel despite systemic bias or organizing for collective action. The lesson is clear. Knowing the terrain's half the battle. Another example of leveraging historical knowledge is found in the story of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. In the early 20th century, Black entrepreneurs built a thriving business district in Greenwood, demonstrating that economic empowerment and community self-reliance were possible even in a deeply segregated society. Black Wall Street wasn't just a hub for wealth creation. It was a symbol of what Black people could achieve when they pooled resources, invested in each other, and worked collectively to build something greater than themselves. While Black Wall Street was ultimately destroyed in the horrific 1921 Tulsa race massacre, the lessons it leaves behind are invaluable. Young Black women and men today can look to this legacy as a blueprint for building economic independence and creating wealth that can be passed down through generations. This could involve supporting Black-owned businesses, becoming entrepreneurs, or simply investing in community wealth-building initiatives. The key takeaway here is that economic self-sufficiency has always been one of the most powerful forms of resistance against systems of oppression. Rosa Parks is often remembered as the quiet seamstress who refused to give up her seat on a segregated bus. But what is often overlooked is the fact that Parks was a seasoned activist, well-versed in the tactics of civil resistance. Her refusal to move was not an isolated act of defiance, but part of a larger strategic movement to challenge and dismantle Jim Crow laws in the South. Parks understood that even small acts of resistance, when strategically executed, could lead to monumental changes. Parks' example teaches that resistance doesn't always have to be loud to be effective. Sometimes, it's the quiet, principled stand in the face of injustice that makes the greatest impact. In today's context, this could mean standing firm in the workplace when faced with racial discrimination, or being the voice of reason and justice in a classroom or community setting. Resistance, like Parks demonstrated, is most powerful when it is deliberate and focused. The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s provides countless examples of how collective action can dismantle oppressive systems. From the Montgomery bus boycott to the sit-ins at segregated lunch counters, these movements were not spontaneous eruptions of anger. They were carefully planned actions aimed at confronting unjust laws and practices. Leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Fannie Lou Hamer, and John Lewis understood the importance of organizing, mobilizing, and applying pressure at the right points to bring about systemic change. The lesson is clear. Change does not come from isolated acts of rebellion, but from sustained, organized efforts. Whether it's fighting for criminal justice reform, advocating for equitable education, or pushing for economic policies that benefit marginalized communities, young people must understand that their power lies in their ability to come together and fight for collective liberation. Incorporating these lessons into daily life. So, how do we incorporate these historical lessons into our lives? First, it begins with education. We must make a concerted effort to learn our history. not just the sanitized version often taught in schools, but the full, unvarnished truth. This means seeking out books, documentaries, and conversations with elders who can share the stories of our ancestors' struggles and triumphs. Second, it involves using this knowledge to navigate the present. If you know that the criminal justice system was designed to disproportionately target Black people, you can be better prepared to interact with it in a way that protects your rights and your future. If you know that the wealth gap between Black and white Americans is a result of centuries of systemic racism, you can begin to take steps to build economic independence, whether through entrepreneurship, investing, or collective economic action. Finally, it's about turning knowledge into action. Understanding the history of Black resistance, resilience, and achievement is not enough. We must take what we've learned and apply it to the challenges we face today. Whether it's organizing for change, advocating for justice, or simply excelling in environments designed to see you fail, we must use the lessons of the past to fuel our actions in the present. The struggles and triumphs of Black ancestors are not just stories to be told. They are lessons to be lived. For young Black women and men, leveraging this knowledge means understanding that they are part of a legacy of resistance, resilience, and excellence. It means knowing that the obstacles they face are not insurmountable, and that the tools to overcome them have been forged over centuries of struggle. By embracing the lessons of the past, we can turn the systemic challenges they face into opportunities for growth, empowerment, and collective liberation. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." And with knowledge as their guide, young Black people can ensure that the arc continues to bend in the right direction. Chapter 2: The Rules of the Game. The pervasive impact of systemic racism is not confined to a single arena of American life. Rather, it touches every part of the Black experience in this country. From the workplace to education to law enforcement, the tentacles of systemic racism are woven so deeply into the fabric of American society that many fail to see it even as it shapes the lives of millions. Understanding how this system operates is crucial for young Black women and men today. It's not only about recognizing the barriers it creates, but also about learning how to navigate and dismantle them in pursuit of equality and justice. By understanding how systemic racism functions across different institutions, Black youth can begin to leverage this knowledge to empower themselves and their communities. Systemic racism in the workplace is not just about overt discrimination, though that still exists. It's about the systems of exclusion that have been carefully designed and maintained to keep Black individuals out of positions of power, leadership, and influence. Historically, this can be traced back to slavery, Black codes, and Jim Crow laws, which prohibited Black Americans from participating fully in the economy. Even after legal segregation ended, the job market remained deeply segregated by race, with Black workers often relegated to low-wage, low-skill jobs. Today, those historical patterns continue. Black professionals are often underrepresented in corporate leadership and are less likely to be promoted compared to their white counterparts. This disparity is reinforced by unconscious biases, institutional policies that favor white employees, and a lack of mentorship and support for Black workers. In a hiring process, for example, studies have shown that resumes with traditionally Black-sounding names receive fewer callbacks than those with white-sounding names, even when the qualifications are identical. This subtle form of discrimination keeps many Black Americans from even getting a foot in the door. To overcome these challenges, Black Americans must be vigilant and strategic. They need to understand that their lack of advancement or recognition in the workplace isn't necessarily a reflection of their abilities, but is often the result of systemic bias. Armed with this knowledge, they can begin to seek out mentors and sponsors who can help them navigate these environments. Additionally, they can band together with other Black professionals to form supportive networks within and outside of their companies. It's also important for Black workers to understand their rights and to advocate for policies within their organizations that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Systemic racism in education is one of the most insidious ways that Black children and young adults are held back. From the moment they enter school, Black students are often subjected to lower expectations, harsher discipline, and fewer resources compared to their white peers. Public schools in predominantly Black and brown neighborhoods are systematically underfunded, while schools in wealthier, white neighborhoods often have access to better facilities, experienced teachers, and advanced academic programs. This disparity in resources creates a significant achievement gap that can follow Black students throughout their academic careers. The problem is compounded by a curriculum that often erases or minimizes Black history and contributions, leaving Black students without a strong sense of pride or identity. This lack of representation in educational materials can lead to disengagement and a sense of alienation. Even when Black students excel, they often face microaggressions and racial stereotyping from teachers and peers, making it difficult for them to feel fully accepted in academic settings. However, education can also be a powerful tool for dismantling systemic racism. Young Black students must understand that the barriers they face in school are not a reflection of their abilities, but a product of a system designed to limit their potential. Armed with this understanding, they can push for change by advocating for more resources in their schools, demanding curriculum reform, and participating in programs that support academic excellence for Black students. Mentorship is crucial in education as well. Seeking guidance from educators who believe in their potential and pushing back against low expectations can make all the difference in a student's academic trajectory. Law enforcement, over-policing, and criminalization. One of the most visible and deadly aspects of systemic racism is its manifestation in law enforcement. Black Americans are disproportionately targeted by police, leading to higher arrest rates, harsher sentencing, and greater likelihood of violent encounters with law enforcement. The origins of this over-policing can be traced back to the days of slavery, when slave patrols were formed to capture and control enslaved people. After slavery ended, these patrols evolved into modern-day police forces, which continued to target Black Americans through Black codes, Jim Crow laws, and other forms of racial control. Today, the legacy of over-policing continues. Black Americans, particularly young Black men, are far more likely to be stopped, searched, and arrested than their white peers. The war on drugs, for example, disproportionately criminalized Black communities, even though drug use is comparable across racial groups. The result has been the mass incarceration of Black people, tearing apart families and perpetuating cycles of poverty and disenfranchisement. Understanding how systemic racism operates in law enforcement is vital for young Black people. It's not enough to simply comply with the rules and hope for the best. Black women and men must be vigilant about their interactions with law enforcement and understand the broader system at play. This means knowing their rights, remaining calm during police encounters, and, where possible, documenting these interactions to protect themselves. Moreover, young Black people can engage in efforts to reform the criminal justice system by supporting policies that promote accountability for police officers, advocate for alternatives to incarceration, and address the root causes of crime, such as poverty and lack of access to education and employment. Strategies for navigating systemic racism. So, how can young Black women and men incorporate the knowledge of systemic racism into their daily lives to protect themselves, advance in society, and fight for change? 1. Building networks of support. Whether in the workplace, school, or community, it is crucial for young Black people to create and join networks that provide support, mentorship, and opportunities. In the workplace, this could mean joining affinity groups that promote Black professionals. In school, it means connecting with educators and peers who share a commitment to social justice and academic success. These networks help to counteract the isolation that systemic racism often causes. 2. Understanding your rights. It is essential for young Black women and men to be informed about their legal rights, especially in encounters with law enforcement. Knowing how to respond during a traffic stop, what questions police officers can and cannot ask, and how to advocate for oneself can be life-saving. Legal education can empower individuals to navigate these systems with confidence. 3. Advocating for policy change. While navigating these systems is important, it is equally important to work towards changing them. Young Black people can engage in activism that pushes for reforms in education, law enforcement, and employment policies. From advocating for the defunding of police departments to pushing for reparations or demanding equitable funding for schools in Black neighborhoods, the fight for systemic change is ongoing. 4. Resilience and mental health. Systemic racism takes a toll on the mental health of Black people. Constantly navigating microaggressions, discrimination, and inequities can lead to stress, anxiety, and depression. It's important to recognize the emotional toll of these experiences and seek out mental health resources, whether it's through therapy, community support groups, or practices like mindfulness and self-care. Addressing mental health is a crucial aspect of surviving and thriving in a racist society. Systemic racism is a deeply ingrained problem in American society, but it is not insurmountable. Black Americans must leverage their understanding of how these systems work to both protect themselves and push for change. By building strong networks, understanding their rights, advocating for policy reform, and taking care of their mental health, they can begin to dismantle the systems designed to oppress them. More importantly, they can create new systems that prioritize justice, equity, and opportunity for all. Challenging workplace biases, especially those rooted in systemic racism, is an essential task for young people aiming to create more equitable professional environments. These biases often manifest subtly through microaggressions, unequal opportunities for advancement, or pay disparities, but young people can take proactive steps to confront and address them. Here's how they can begin to challenge workplace biases. 1. Educate themselves and their peers. Understanding how bias operates is crucial to challenging it. Young employees can take the initiative to educate themselves on the various forms of bias: unconscious, institutional, and structural. Resources such as books, How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram X. Kendi, and training programs on diversity and inclusion can help them identify biases when they appear in the workplace. They can also share this knowledge by encouraging their peers to engage in discussions about bias and promoting diversity-related training at work. 2. Speak up and advocate. Confronting bias often requires direct action. When witnessing biased behavior or policies, young employees should feel empowered to speak up. This can be done by calling out microaggressions in a respectful but firm way, or by bringing concerns to HR. It's important to be clear and fact-based when addressing these issues to avoid defensive reactions. For example, if there is a disparity in how feedback is given to different employees based on their race or gender, bringing concrete examples to HR can highlight the need for change. 3. Leverage employee resource groups, ERGs. Many companies have employee resource groups, ERGs, that focus on supporting specific marginalized groups, such as Black professionals, women, or LGBTQ+ individuals. These groups can serve as platforms for addressing workplace biases. By joining or even starting an ERG, young employees can create a collective voice to advocate for fair policies, inclusivity in hiring practices, and diversity in leadership. ERGs also help build solidarity among employees, creating a support system for those who face bias in the workplace. 4. Mentorship and sponsorship. Young people can challenge workplace biases by building strong mentorship and sponsorship relationships. Finding mentors who understand the challenges of navigating workplace biases can provide invaluable advice on how to advance in the face of systemic obstacles. Additionally, sponsors, leaders who advocate for employees in decision-making rooms, can help young professionals gain visibility and access to opportunities that might otherwise be blocked due to bias. Seeking out mentors and sponsors who are committed to equity can help dismantle biases over time. 5. Encourage data transparency. Bias in performance evaluations, promotions, and pay scales often thrives in environments where there is little transparency. Young employees can advocate for more transparency in how decisions are made at work. By pushing for companies to publish data on salary ranges, promotion rates, and demographic diversity, they can encourage accountability. This helps ensure that disparities in pay or advancement opportunities don't remain hidden. When biases are quantified, it becomes harder for companies to ignore them. 6. Advocate for systemic change in policies. Workplace bias is often perpetuated through flawed or outdated policies. Young people should actively participate in policy discussions and advocate for changes that promote equity. This could mean pushing for inclusive hiring practices, such as blind resume reviews to reduce unconscious bias. Equal pay audits to ensure that there are no racial or gender-based disparities in salaries. Flexible work policies that acknowledge the unique challenges that marginalized employees might face, such as caregiving responsibilities. 7. Use collective action. One of the most effective ways to challenge workplace bias is through collective action. Young employees can join forces with their peers to push for change. Whether it's forming a diversity committee, organizing workshops, or collectively meeting with management to discuss workplace culture, strength in numbers can amplify their message. Collective action can help pressure leadership to address deep-rooted biases in the company's culture and policies. 8. Track progress and hold leadership accountable. Challenging workplace biases isn't a one-time effort. It requires sustained attention and action. Young professionals should work with their companies to establish measurable goals for diversity and inclusion efforts and regularly track progress. They can advocate for annual diversity reports that outline the company's progress on hiring, promotions, and pay equity. This creates a system of accountability where leadership is responsible for making tangible changes. 9. Foster allyship. Creating an inclusive workplace isn't only the responsibility of marginalized groups. Young Black professionals, for example, can foster allyship by encouraging non-Black colleagues to educate themselves, intervene when they see bias, and use their privilege to advocate for marginalized coworkers. Allyship can significantly amplify efforts to challenge workplace biases and create a more inclusive culture. 10. Self-care and mental health. Finally, confronting workplace bias is emotionally exhausting and can take a toll on mental health. Young people need to prioritize their mental and emotional well-being by practicing self-care, seeking support from mentors, and even engaging with mental health professionals when needed. Protecting their mental health ensures that they have the resilience to continue challenging biases over time. Challenging workplace biases is both a personal and collective journey. It requires a deep understanding of how bias operates and a commitment to dismantling it at every level of the workplace. By educating themselves, advocating for policy changes, leveraging mentorship, and fostering allyship, young Black women and men can confront systemic racism head-on and work towards creating equitable and inclusive professional environments. Navigating systems steeped in systemic racism requires strategy, persistence, and awareness. For young Black women and men today, understanding how to work within and sometimes around these structures is not just about survival, but about pushing for meaningful change while protecting their well-being. Systemic racism operates in every sphere, from education to the workplace to law enforcement, and its persistence can be overwhelming. However, by employing strategic, informed approaches, Black youth can learn to not only navigate these systems, but challenge them, creating space for equity and justice in their personal and collective journeys. 1. Understand the system you are navigating. The first step in navigating any system is understanding it. As with any battle, you cannot win if you don't know what you're up against. Whether it's institutional racism in the workplace, inequity in the educational system, or the biased practices within the criminal justice system, recognizing how these systems operate is critical. For example, in the workplace, systemic biases can take the form of unequal hiring practices, pay disparities, or promotional gaps between Black employees and their white counterparts. Young Black professionals must understand that this is not a reflection of their abilities, but rather a reflection of institutional inequities. Once you know the playing field, you can develop the strategies necessary to succeed despite these barriers. Incorporating this into your life means engaging in constant learning, reading, attending workshops, listening to experts in social justice and policy reform. This awareness will help guide your decisions, allowing you to move strategically in spaces that were not designed for you. 2. Leverage networks and build communities. One of the most effective strategies for navigating racist systems is not doing it alone. Historically, Black communities have survived and thrived by building support networks that share resources, knowledge, and emotional support. The idea of collective action, rooted deeply in the civil rights movement, remains just as relevant today. For young Black professionals, this could mean seeking out employee resource groups, ERGs, that focus on supporting Black employees. In education, it could mean connecting with mentors or peers who understand your challenges and can provide guidance. These networks provide more than just moral support. They help you build social capital, which is essential in navigating predominantly white spaces. It's important for young people to recognize the value of mentorship, both formal and informal. Finding mentors who have navigated similar challenges in their careers, schools, or communities can provide invaluable guidance. A mentor who has walked a similar path can offer advice on everything from negotiating salaries to standing up to microaggressions. 3. Know your rights and protect them. In systems designed to disenfranchise Black people, whether through policing, workplace policies, or education, it's critical to know and protect your rights. The legal framework in the United States is rife with discriminatory practices, particularly in law enforcement. However, there are protections in place that, when understood and applied, can help shield Black youth from some of the more egregious abuses of power. For example, during interactions with law enforcement, young Black women and men need to understand their legal rights, what they are required to disclose, when they are allowed to ask for legal counsel, and when they can legally refuse to comply with unlawful requests. These rights are your first line of defense in a system that often criminalizes Black bodies unjustly. Incorporating this strategy into your life means taking the time to educate yourself on your rights. Whether it's reading about employment law to ensure you are paid and promoted fairly, or understanding how to interact safely with law enforcement, knowledge of the law can be an incredibly powerful tool. 4. Engage in collective advocacy. While individual resilience and knowledge are critical, real change often comes from collective action. Understanding this is key for young Black people looking to not only navigate, but also dismantle the structures of systemic racism. Activism can take many forms. For some, it may involve grassroots organizing within their community to advocate for policy change, whether that's pushing for school funding in under-resourced areas or campaigning for police reform. For others, collective action may take the form of advocating for systemic changes within their own institutions, such as calling for diversity training in the workplace or lobbying for changes to recruitment processes to include more people of color. An important example of how collective advocacy works can be found in the history of the Montgomery bus boycott, a prime example of how young Black people, like Rosa Parks and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., used collective action to challenge and eventually dismantle an entire system of segregation in the public transportation sector. Their refusal to comply with an unjust system, along with sustained community support, brought about meaningful change. For young people today, organizing for change might mean rallying together with colleagues to demand transparency in salary structures or forming student organizations to push for equitable access to resources. The power of many voices is far greater than the power of one. 5. Develop emotional resilience and practice self-care. Systemic racism is exhausting. It is not only an intellectual and physical challenge, but also an emotional one. The constant need to navigate spaces where you are dehumanized, questioned, and undermined takes a toll on one's mental health. Young Black women and men must recognize the importance of building emotional resilience to endure these challenges. Resilience isn't about ignoring pain or pretending that injustice doesn't hurt. It's about learning how to manage that pain in ways that do not destroy your spirit. One of the strategies for resilience is practicing self-care. This might mean seeking therapy, finding community groups that help you process your experiences, or simply taking time to disconnect from environments that sap your energy. Emotional resilience also means understanding when and how to pick your battles. Not every microaggression in the workplace or classroom needs to be confronted immediately. Sometimes, preserving your mental health might mean walking away from a situation instead of engaging with it head-on. 6. Redefine success and break stereotypes. A key strategy in navigating systems of oppression is the ability to redefine success on your own terms. Systemic racism often puts Black youth in situations where they are forced to conform to stereotypes or fit into a narrow definition of success as defined by white supremacist standards. This pressure to assimilate can be suffocating, often forcing young Black professionals or students to mute parts of their identity or work twice as hard to be seen as equal. It's essential for young Black people to define their own success. For some, this may mean excelling in a traditional corporate environment. For others, it might mean becoming entrepreneurs and building businesses that center on their own communities. The key is understanding that success doesn't always look like the metrics imposed by a system built on inequity. Breaking out of the molds that society attempts to force you into, whether through entrepreneurship, activism, or education, is a form of liberation. This doesn't mean abandoning the pursuit of excellence. On the contrary, it means redefining what excellence looks like on your terms, whether that's through academic achievement, creative expression, or community leadership. For young Black women and men, navigating systems of oppression is an ongoing struggle. However, by developing informed strategies, they can challenge these systems in ways that ensure their survival, success, and eventual transformation of those same structures. The key lies in understanding the systems themselves, building networks of support, knowing your rights, engaging in collective advocacy, developing emotional resilience, and redefining success. Armed with these strategies, young Black people can not only survive but thrive in environments not designed for their success. Moreover, they can contribute to dismantling the structures of systemic racism and building more equitable systems for future generations. In a world where systemic racism is deeply embedded in nearly every institution, young Black women and men must learn the importance of playing the long game. To merely survive is not enough. The goal must be to thrive, and that requires thinking strategically, exercising patience, and making decisions that advance not just individual success, but collective progress. The long game is about seeing beyond immediate gratification or the temptation to respond impulsively to injustices, and instead taking steps that build lasting power, freedom, and change. The struggles of today are not isolated battles. They are part of a centuries-long fight for justice. The long game is what kept our ancestors resilient, and it must be the mindset we adopt to create a more equitable future. The long game is about positioning oneself and one's community to succeed over time. It is about recognizing that systemic racism, discrimination, and inequality are not issues that can be solved overnight. Rather, they require sustained effort, strategic planning, and resilience. For young Black women and men, playing the long game means making choices today that may not yield immediate results, but will build a foundation for future success. Consider the story of Thurgood Marshall, the first Black Supreme Court Justice. Before he reached the highest court in the land, Marshall spent decades fighting legal battles that slowly chipped away at the legal underpinnings of segregation and racism. He played the long game through his work with the NAACP, leading pivotal cases such as Brown v. Board of Education, which declared segregation in public schools unconstitutional. Marshall's strategic patience and his ability to think in terms of long-term gains rather than short-term victories made him a critical figure in the civil rights movement. For young Black professionals, Marshall's example teaches that success and change take time, and that each small step forward is part of a larger strategy for progress. In the workplace, for instance, this might mean staying in a position that offers opportunities for growth and networking, even if the immediate rewards seem small. It's about building relationships, developing skills, and positioning oneself for future leadership, rather than becoming discouraged by initial challenges. In a world that often demands quick results, patience can feel like a luxury, but for Black people navigating oppressive systems, patience is a tool of empowerment. Playing the long game means embracing patience not as a passive response to injustice, but as a deliberate strategy. It is the difference between reacting to each microaggression or instance of racism with immediate anger and instead deciding how to address it in a way that aligns with long-term goals. One powerful example of this comes from the history of the Montgomery bus boycott. After Rosa Parks was arrested for refusing to give up her seat, the Black community in Montgomery didn't just react in a moment of frustration. They organized a 381-day boycott of the city's buses, systematically crippling the economy of the segregated bus system. It took over a year of coordinated effort, of patience and persistence, before the city finally desegregated its buses. The boycott required incredible patience, but it ultimately resulted in lasting change. For young Black people today, this example serves as a reminder that change is often slow but always possible when approached with strategy. Whether it's pushing for promotion in a biased work environment, advocating for policy changes in underfunded schools, or navigating the criminal justice system, patience must be employed as part of a larger strategy that acknowledges the complexity of systemic issues. One of the clearest examples of playing the long game in everyday life comes from how young Black women and men can approach education and career building. In systems designed to marginalize and exclude, it is tempting to feel the need to prove oneself constantly, reacting to every slight or unfair treatment. But the long game requires a different mindset, one that focuses on sustained growth, skill building, and careful positioning. Take, for example, the experience of Kathy Hughes, founder of Radio 1, now Urban One, the largest African-American-owned broadcasting company in the U.S. Hughes faced numerous challenges in securing funding, managing her business, and gaining respect in the industry. But she kept her eyes on the long-term goal of creating a media empire that catered to Black audiences. She made strategic decisions, such as purchasing a low-power radio station when others doubted her vision, and over time built a media powerhouse that amplifies Black voices. Her success was not overnight. It took years of sacrifice, patience, and calculated risks. Young Black professionals and students can adopt similar strategies by focusing on long-term goals rather than immediate gratification. This means investing time in education, internships, and opportunities that may not pay off immediately, but will position them for leadership roles in the future. It's about thinking strategically about how to use each job, degree, or project as a stepping stone to greater influence and power. Building wealth in the face of systemic economic racism requires the ability to think beyond the short-term struggles. The racial wealth gap, which is deeply rooted in historical discrimination, such as redlining, wage disparities, and unequal access to capital, can seem insurmountable. But playing the long game in building wealth means understanding how to make strategic decisions that protect and grow financial resources over time. One way to think strategically about wealth is through investment and entrepreneurship. Rather than focusing solely on immediate consumption, young Black women and men can think in terms of long-term investments, whether in property, stocks, or businesses, that will build generational wealth. An example of this is the resurgence of interest in Black Wall Street and the movement to support and invest in Black-owned businesses. By prioritizing collective economic empowerment, Black entrepreneurs and consumers can create a financial ecosystem that benefits the entire community. For young Black people just entering the workforce, this might mean saving money where possible, investing in retirement accounts early, or even considering collective financial ventures with trusted friends or family. The key is to focus on long-term growth rather than short-term spending, understanding that true financial independence comes from careful, patient planning. Playing the long game is not just about navigating systems for personal success. It's about transforming those systems for the benefit of future generations. Young Black women and men must think strategically, not only in their careers and personal lives, but also in how they approach activism and resistance. This means understanding that real, systemic change doesn't happen overnight. It requires building coalitions, crafting thoughtful policy solutions, and working within and outside of the system to make change. Consider the work of Bryan Stevenson, founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, EJI. Stevenson's work to challenge mass incarceration, racial bias in the criminal justice system, and the death penalty is a textbook example of playing the long game. Through decades of litigation, education, and advocacy, Stevenson has worked to overturn unjust convictions, reduce death sentences, and raise awareness of America's legacy of racial injustice. He didn't attempt to dismantle the system in one fell swoop. He has taken a strategic, long-term approach that addresses root causes while pushing for incremental change. Young activists can learn from Stevenson's example by thinking strategically about their own advocacy efforts. This might mean focusing on one aspect of systemic racism, whether it's police reform, housing discrimination, or educational inequity, and developing a long-term plan for addressing it. It's about building partnerships, staying persistent in the face of setbacks, and always keeping an eye on the larger goal of systemic transformation. The importance of playing the long game cannot be overstated. For young Black women and men navigating a society built on systemic racism, thinking strategically and exercising patience are critical tools for survival, success, and transformation. Whether in education, career building, wealth creation, or activism, the long game allows Black youth to move beyond reactive responses to injustice and instead build the foundation for lasting power and change. Our ancestors understood this deeply. From the leaders of the civil rights movement to today's activists, playing the long game has always been a central strategy for overcoming the deeply entrenched barriers of racism. As young Black people incorporate this mindset into their own lives, they ensure that they are not only building a better future for themselves, but also laying the groundwork for future generations to thrive. Chapter 3: The Mindset of Success. In a world where systemic racism and discrimination continue to plague Black communities, the ability to cultivate a mindset that is both resilient and adaptable is essential for survival, growth, and ultimately success. Systemic obstacles are not new, but the ongoing struggles faced by young Black women and men today often feel insurmountable, compounded by economic disparities, biased educational systems, and discriminatory workplace environments. A mindset that is resilient and adaptable allows young Black people to confront these obstacles not as victims, but as strategists, equipped with the knowledge that setbacks are temporary and progress is a long-term game. Resilience and adaptability have long been tools of survival for Black Americans, whether during slavery, Black codes, Jim Crow, or in today's battles against mass incarceration and economic inequality. Resilience has been passed down through generations. But resilience is more than enduring hardship. It's about developing the mental, emotional, and strategic strength to overcome adversity and use it as a stepping stone toward greater power and freedom. The legacy of resilience is not new to Black people. Our ancestors were forced to cultivate resilience in the face of brutal oppression, navigating systems designed to strip them of their humanity. Enslaved Africans did not have the luxury of giving up. Despite unimaginable conditions, they maintained their sense of identity, faith, and community. The very act of survival, of holding on to family, culture, and hope in the midst of such dehumanization, was a form of resistance and resilience. The story of Harriet Jacobs, who spent 7 years hiding in a tiny attic to escape enslavement, is a powerful example of resilience. Her story, told in her autobiography Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, highlights the physical and emotional toll of enduring trauma while maintaining hope for freedom. Jacobs did not allow her circumstances to defeat her spirit. Her resilience was not only about enduring, but about adapting to her circumstances and waiting for the right moment to escape. For young Black women and men, the lesson from Jacob's story is clear. Resilience is not passive. It is active, deliberate, and strategic. It involves enduring hardship, but also thinking ahead, planning for a future where freedom and success are possible. Jacob's resilience was rooted in her ability to adapt to her situation without losing sight of her ultimate goal, freedom. Emotional resilience is the ability to withstand stress, adversity, and hardship without being crushed by it. It's about maintaining hope and motivation, even when faced with repeated failures or injustices. For Black youth, emotional resilience is crucial, as systemic racism can take a toll on mental health, self-worth, and motivation. One of the ways young Black people can cultivate emotional resilience is by reframing the way they view challenges. Instead of seeing obstacles as insurmountable roadblocks, they can be seen as opportunities for growth. The civil rights movement is a testament to this. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., Ella Baker, and Fannie Lou Hamer did not allow the countless setbacks, violence, and oppression they faced to break their spirits. Instead, they used these obstacles as fuel for their activism. Fannie Lou Hamer, in particular, is a model of emotional resilience. Despite growing up in extreme poverty, enduring forced sterilization, and suffering severe beatings for her activism, Hamer remained committed to the fight for voting rights. She often spoke of how her faith and sense of purpose sustained her through the darkest times. Hamer's ability to maintain hope and persistence, despite overwhelming odds, is a reminder that emotional resilience is about finding strength in purpose, community, and faith. For young Black people today, building emotional resilience might involve finding a strong support system, whether through friends, family, or mentors, who can provide encouragement during difficult times. It could also mean seeking therapy or other mental health resources to deal with the emotional toll of racism and discrimination. Emotional resilience is about finding ways to stay grounded in one's sense of self-worth and purpose, even when external forces try to undermine it. Resilience alone isn't enough to navigate systems that were never built with Black people in mind. Adaptability is key. This means being flexible in how we approach challenges and knowing when to pivot in response to changing circumstances. Adaptability is not about compromising one's values, but about being strategic in how we respond to systems of oppression. The story of Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman elected to Congress, is an example of adaptability in action. Throughout her career, Chisholm faced both racism and sexism. She was often marginalized, dismissed, and underestimated by her colleagues. But instead of allowing these obstacles to defeat her, Chisholm adapted by forming alliances with those who supported her vision, regardless of their race or gender. She often said, "If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair." Chisholm's adaptability was rooted in her ability to work within the system, while simultaneously challenging it to advance her goals. Adaptability might mean finding alternative paths to success when traditional avenues are blocked. If a particular career field is resistant to diversity, young Black professionals can seek out mentors, internships, or entrepreneurial opportunities that provide them with the experience and resources needed to succeed outside the traditional career ladder. Adaptability is also about learning how to navigate white-dominated spaces without losing one's sense of identity or purpose. It's about knowing when to fight for change from within and when to create new paths entirely. Perhaps one of the most powerful examples of resilience and adaptability is the story of Madam C.J. Walker, the first self-made female millionaire in the U.S. Walker, born to enslaved parents, faced poverty, limited educational opportunities, and systemic racism. But she did not allow these adversities to limit her vision. Instead, she adapted to the circumstances of her time and used her knowledge of hair care to build a business empire. Walker's success was not just about making money. It was about creating opportunities for other Black women. She employed thousands of women as sales agents for her products, providing them with financial independence in a time when Black women had few economic opportunities. Walker's resilience was evident in her ability to overcome the personal and systemic obstacles she faced, while her adaptability allowed her to create a business model that worked within the constraints of her time, yet pushed the boundaries of what Black women could achieve. Young Black entrepreneurs today can learn from Walker's story by viewing adversity as an opportunity to innovate. The key is not to be discouraged by the limitations imposed by systemic racism, but to find ways to adapt and create new opportunities. Whether through entrepreneurship, activism, or community organizing, young Black women and men can turn adversity into opportunity. By using their unique perspectives and experiences to challenge the status quo. So how do young Black women and men cultivate a mindset that is both resilient and adaptable in their daily lives. First, it begins with self-awareness and reflection. Young people must recognize the systems that work against them and the internalized messages that might limit their potential. Developing resilience means acknowledging the challenges, but refusing to let them define one's worth or potential. Second, resilience can be built through community. The power of collective resilience has always been a cornerstone of Black survival. Whether through church, social organizations, or informal networks, finding a supportive community is essential. These spaces provide the emotional and psychological safety necessary for building resilience. Third, adaptability can be fostered by remaining open to new opportunities and perspectives. This means being willing to pivot when necessary, whether in career, education, or activism, and recognizing that there are multiple paths to success. It also means being strategic in how we engage with systems, using every opportunity to learn, grow, and build. Finally, resilience and adaptability require a long-term vision. Young Black women and men must understand that progress is often slow and setbacks are inevitable. But with a mindset rooted in resilience and adaptability, each obstacle becomes a stepping stone toward future success. Cultivating a mindset that is resilient and adaptable is not just a personal choice. It's a survival strategy in a world that continues to devalue Black lives. But resilience and adaptability are more than just tools for survival. They are the foundation for thriving, for achieving greatness, and for pushing the boundaries of what is possible. For young Black women and men, the lessons of resilience and adaptability are all around them, in the stories of their ancestors, in the struggles of today's activists, and in their own lived experiences. The journey ahead is long, but with resilience and adaptability, it is one that can be met with strength, hope, and purpose. Understanding the psychological impact of racism and developing coping mechanisms. Systemic racism in America has long been a source of trauma for Black individuals. The constant exposure to overt and covert racism, whether in the form of microaggressions, institutional discrimination, or police violence, does more than create structural disadvantages. It also leaves profound psychological scars. Racism affects not only material conditions, but also the mind and spirit. Its impact on mental health is too often overlooked or minimized. Yet for young Black women and men, understanding the psychological toll of racism is crucial to developing effective coping mechanisms for survival and resilience in a system designed to oppress. Racism, especially when experienced consistently over time, triggers emotional and mental stress, known as racial trauma. The cumulative nature of racial trauma can manifest in depression, anxiety, hypervigilance, and feelings of helplessness. To combat this, young Black people need to acknowledge this trauma and develop tools and strategies to protect their mental well-being in a world that constantly undermines their humanity. Dr. Michelle Alexander's approach to understanding systemic oppression, much like in The New Jim Crow, can help illuminate not only how these systems work, but also how they damage individuals on a psychological level. The psychological toll of racism, a silent trauma. Racism is not just an external force. It embeds itself in the minds of those who experience it, often leading to mental health challenges that are as debilitating as any physical ailment. Racial trauma, also referred to as race-based traumatic stress, is a form of trauma that results from constant exposure to racial discrimination, microaggressions, and systemic injustice. The burden of constantly being on alert, anticipating prejudice, confronting bias, and dealing with the societal devaluation of Blackness wears down the psyche over time. For many Black youth, the psychological toll begins early. Studies have shown that Black children as young as preschool age are disciplined more harshly than their white counterparts, setting the stage for what researchers call the school-to-prison pipeline. These early experiences of being treated unfairly or viewed as a threat lead to feelings of rejection, fear, and anxiety. Over time, the cumulative effect of these experiences can result in mental health issues such as depression and anxiety, particularly for young Black men who are disproportionately criminalized and stereotyped as violent. For example, a young Black man who is repeatedly profiled by police might develop symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, including hypervigilance and an overwhelming sense of fear or anxiety when navigating public spaces. For young Black women, constant exposure to both racial and gender discrimination, what is known as intersectional oppression, can compound feelings of invisibility, exhaustion, and emotional distress. Internalized racism and its mental health consequences. One of the most pernicious psychological effects of racism is the development of internalized racism, the process by which individuals begin to believe the negative stereotypes and biases about their own race. Internalized racism can manifest as self-doubt, feelings of inferiority, and even self-hatred. When Black individuals are constantly bombarded with images, messages, and experiences that reinforce the idea that Blackness is inferior, they may begin to adopt these beliefs subconsciously. For example, a young Black woman who has grown up in a predominantly white school system where her intelligence and abilities were constantly questioned may internalize the idea that she is not as capable or deserving as her white peers. This internalized racism might cause her to shrink away from leadership opportunities or suppress her voice in academic or professional settings. The psychological toll of internalized racism is devastating because it undermines the individual's sense of self-worth and belonging. It creates a cycle where the individual becomes complicit in their own marginalization by adopting the worldview of the oppressor. This self-silencing and self-limiting behavior can have long-term consequences for career advancement, personal relationships, and overall mental well-being. Developing coping mechanisms for racial trauma, acknowledging the psychological toll of racism is the first step. But equally important is developing healthy coping mechanisms to protect mental health and build resilience. Coping mechanisms should be viewed not as a way to accept or tolerate racism, but as tools for survival and emotional liberation in an oppressive system. The goal is to preserve one's mental health while simultaneously working to dismantle the structures that perpetuate racial injustice. One of the most effective ways to address the psychological impact of racism is through therapy. Historically, mental health care has been stigmatized in many Black communities, often seen as a luxury or unnecessary. But for young Black women and men, seeking therapy can be a radical act of self-care and resistance. Culturally competent therapy, where the therapist understands the specific challenges that come with being Black in America, can provide a space to process racial trauma, internalized racism, and the daily microaggressions that wear down one's mental well-being. For example, young Black men navigating a predominantly white corporate environment may face consistent microaggressions that leave them feeling isolated, undervalued, and frustrated. Engaging in therapy allows them to process these emotions and develop strategies for handling workplace racism without internalizing the stress or anger that accompanies it. One of the most powerful coping mechanisms for racial trauma is the formation of safe spaces and supportive communities. Black communities have long been spaces of resilience, where individuals can come together to share experiences, validate one another's struggles, and collectively heal, whether through church groups, family gatherings, or peer networks. Having a space where one's racial identity is affirmed is essential for counteracting the constant assault of racism. For young Black women, for instance, being part of a sisterhood that affirms and celebrates Black womanhood can provide a buffer against the internalized misogynoir, the combination of racism and sexism that they face in daily life. These communities offer emotional and psychological protection, reminding Black individuals of their worth and power, reclaiming narratives and building self-worth. One of the most important ways to counter the psychological effects of racism is by reclaiming narratives and building self-worth. Racism works by distorting reality, creating false narratives that devalue Blackness. To combat this, young Black women and men must actively engage in the process of reclaiming their own stories, histories, and identities. This might involve immersing oneself in Black literature, art, and history, understanding the rich cultural legacy of Black people and the contributions they have made to society. By reclaiming the narrative, Black youth can challenge the false stereotypes that have been imposed upon them and develop a strong sense of pride in their identity. This process is not just about learning facts, but about unlearning the lies that racism perpetuates. Young Black women and men must incorporate these coping mechanisms into their daily lives to manage the psychological toll of racism. Here are some practical ways to do so. Daily affirmations and positive self-talk. Combat internalized racism by consciously affirming one's self-worth. This might involve starting each day with positive affirmations that reject the negative stereotypes society imposes on Black people. For example, a young Black woman navigating the beauty industry, which often devalues dark skin and natural hair, can remind herself daily that her Blackness is beautiful and her worth is not determined by Eurocentric standards. Mindfulness and meditation. Racial trauma often triggers chronic stress and anxiety. Practicing mindfulness and meditation can help young Black individuals manage this stress by staying present and grounded. Techniques such as deep breathing, meditation, or journaling can help mitigate the mental and physical effects of racial stress. Building a supportive network. Surrounding oneself with a supportive network of friends, mentors, and family members who understand the unique challenges of being Black in America is essential for mental well-being. These relationships provide emotional validation, which is necessary for combating the isolation that comes with racial trauma. Activism and advocacy. For some, addressing racial trauma involves activism. By engaging in social justice work, young Black people can channel their pain and frustration into efforts that promote change. Advocacy becomes a form of healing, allowing individuals to transform their trauma into fuel for fighting systemic racism. This engagement gives a sense of purpose and control in a system that often seeks to strip them of power. Resilience, resistance, and mental liberation. Understanding the psychological impact of racism is key to developing strategies for resilience and emotional survival. Racial trauma is real, and its effects are long-lasting. but by acknowledging this trauma, seeking support, and building coping mechanisms, young Black women and men can protect their mental health and resist the dehumanizing effects of racism. The path to liberation is not just about dismantling external systems of oppression. It's about healing from the internal wounds that racism inflicts. By reclaiming their narratives, building communities of support, and engaging in self-care practices that affirm their worth, Black youth can cultivate a mindset that is both resilient and empowered. This is not just about survival, it's about thriving, despite a world that often seeks to break them. For young Black women and men growing up in a world that often tells them they are not enough, the internal cultivation of self-belief and self-worth is not just a defense mechanism, it is an act of radical resistance. In the face of systemic racism, educational inequities, and a criminal justice system designed to criminalize Black bodies, developing a strong sense of self-worth becomes the foundation for transcending societal obstacles. The long history of Black resilience and achievement in the face of overwhelming odds is a testament to the transformative power of believing in one's own inherent value and capacity. Understanding the importance of self-belief is crucial because systemic oppression seeks not only to limit material opportunities, but also to diminish the individual's sense of self. Racism is designed to make Black people question their own worth, talent, and right to exist in certain spaces. The systems in place are built to instill doubt, to make Black people believe that their struggles are personal failings, rather than the result of generations of institutionalized barriers. It is within this context that self-belief emerges as a form of liberation, a way of reclaiming one's right to exist, thrive, and succeed despite the weight of societal limitations. From the earliest days of slavery to the modern-day fight for racial justice, self-belief has been the driving force behind Black resistance and achievement. Enslaved Africans who dared to dream of freedom, Black civil rights activists who marched and protested against Jim Crow, and today's Black leaders in politics, business, and activism have all drawn upon an unshakable belief in their own worth and potential. Consider the legacy of Harriet Tubman, who not only escaped the horrors of slavery, but also returned to lead hundreds of others to freedom. Tubman's sense of self-worth and her unwavering belief in her own capacity to change the world are at the core of her legacy. She did not accept the narrative of her time that Black people were less than human or that she was powerless. Instead, she believed deeply in her own right to freedom and, more importantly, in her ability to bring others along with her. Tubman's self-belief was not just an internal force. It was a weapon of resistance against the brutal system of slavery. Young Black women and men today can draw strength from Tubman's example by recognizing that self-belief is not merely an abstract concept. It is a critical tool for navigating a world that still seeks to limit their potential. In a society that often sends messages that Black lives are less valuable, developing self-worth becomes an act of defiance, a way of rejecting those limiting beliefs and replacing them with an unwavering belief in one's own power and right to succeed. The systemic obstacles faced by young Black people are profound. From educational disparities and racial profiling to workplace discrimination and economic marginalization, the barriers to success are numerous, but the power of self-belief lies in its ability to transcend these obstacles by fostering resilience, adaptability, and a long-term vision for success. Cultivating self-belief and self-worth must be an intentional and ongoing process. The world will not stop sending messages that devalue Blackness, but the power of self-worth allows individuals to reject those messages and replace them with affirmations of their own value. Here are some practical ways in which young Black people can incorporate self-belief into their daily lives. 1. Daily affirmations and positive self-talk. The way we speak to ourselves matters. Internalized racism often manifests as negative self-talk, where Black individuals begin to question their intelligence, beauty, or capability. One way to combat this is through daily affirmations, intentional, positive statements that reinforce one's worth. Young Black people can start each day by affirming their inherent value, intelligence, and beauty. For example, a young Black woman might say to herself every morning, "I am worthy of love, respect, and success. My Blackness is beautiful, and I will not let society define my worth." 2. Embracing cultural heritage. One of the most powerful ways to build self-worth is by connecting with one's cultural heritage. Black history and culture are rich with examples of resilience, brilliance, and creativity. By embracing and celebrating their cultural heritage, young Black people can draw strength from the legacy of those who came before them, whether it's reading books by Black authors, listening to music that reflects the Black experience, or learning about the contributions of Black leaders. Connecting with Black culture fosters a sense of pride and self-worth. 3. Setting boundaries and prioritizing mental health. In a world that often devalues Black lives, it is crucial for young Black people to set boundaries and prioritize their mental health. This might mean distancing oneself from toxic environments or relationships that diminish one's sense of worth. It might also mean seeking therapy or mental health support to deal with the psychological toll of racism. Prioritizing mental health is not a sign of weakness. It is an affirmation of one's value and the belief that one deserves peace and well-being. 4. Challenging stereotypes in the workplace and school. The power of self-belief also extends to challenging stereotypes and microaggressions in professional and academic settings. When faced with racial bias or discrimination, young Black people can draw on their self-worth to challenge these behaviors head-on. For example, a young Black man who is constantly overlooked for promotions at work might choose to address the issue with his supervisors, asserting his qualifications and demanding fair treatment. Self-belief allows individuals to advocate for themselves with confidence, knowing that they deserve equal opportunities. 5. Mentorship and community support. No one can navigate the challenges of systemic racism alone. Building self-belief often requires the support of mentors, peers, and community networks that uplift and encourage. Young Black people can seek out mentors who share similar experiences and can offer guidance on overcoming obstacles. Being part of a community that validates one's worth is essential for maintaining self-belief, especially in environments where that worth is constantly questioned. 4. Building collective empowerment through self-belief. Self-belief is not just about individual success. It is about collective empowerment. When young Black women and men cultivate a strong sense of self-worth, they become agents of change, not just for themselves, but for their communities. Collective self-belief is what fuels movements for racial justice and equality. It is what powered the civil rights movement, the fight against apartheid, and today's activism for police reform and economic justice. Young Black people who believe in their own worth are more likely to engage in activism, entrepreneurship, and leadership roles that benefit the broader Black community. They understand that their individual success is tied to the success of their people, and they use their talents and platforms to uplift others. Whether it's starting a business that hires and supports Black employees, mentoring the next generation of Black youth, or advocating for policy changes that address racial inequality, the power of self-belief extends far beyond the individual. It becomes a force for collective liberation. The power of self-belief and self-worth in overcoming societal obstacles cannot be overstated. In a world that continually seeks to undermine Black potential, developing a strong sense of one's inherent value is a radical act of resistance. For young Black women and men, self-belief is not just about surviving systemic racism, it is about thriving in spite of it. By embracing their worth, challenging the systems that seek to devalue them, and building communities of support, young Black people can transcend societal obstacles and create new opportunities for themselves and their communities. Self-belief is the foundation for overcoming the challenges of racism, and it is the key to unlocking a future where Black excellence is no longer the exception but the norm. In a world that often seeks to silence, diminish, and erase Black voices, the most powerful thing young Black women and men can do is believe deeply and unapologetically in their own worth. Chapter 4. Embrace your authentic self. In a world that constantly tells Black women and men that they are too much, not enough, or simply unworthy, the act of being true to oneself is both radical and necessary. The forces that push conformity are relentless, particularly in a society where racism, capitalism, and cultural norms define success and value in ways that often exclude Black identities. To be Black and unapologetically authentic in such a world is an act of resistance. It requires courage, self-awareness, and a deep understanding of one's worth in a society that too often seeks to diminish or erase it. The pressures to conform. From the moment Black children enter school, they are introduced to a world that, intentionally or not, encourages them to conform to standards of whiteness. It starts with something as simple as hair. In a classroom or workplace, a young Black girl may be told that her natural curls or braids are unprofessional or distracting, leading her to feel pressured to straighten her hair to fit in. The message is clear: to be accepted, one must distance themselves from their Blackness. This pressure extends beyond physical appearance. In schools and workplaces, Black individuals are often expected to speak, dress, and behave in ways that align with white cultural norms. Code switching or altering one's speech and behavior depending on the racial makeup of the environment is a survival strategy many Black people employ. While code switching can be necessary for navigating spaces dominated by whiteness, it also exacts an emotional toll. Constantly adjusting oneself to fit in is exhausting, and it chips away at one's sense of authenticity and belonging. Consider the experience of Zora Neale Hurston, the famed writer and anthropologist, who refused to conform to the expectations placed upon her by both white society and her own community. Hurston embraced her Blackness fully, celebrating the culture, language, and traditions of Black people in her work. She was often criticized by her contemporaries, who thought she should write about the racial struggles of the time in a way that was palatable to white readers. Hurston, however, remained true to herself. insisting that Black joy, culture, and identity were worth celebrating in their own right. Her refusal to conform helped her create a body of work that continues to inspire generations of Black writers, thinkers, and activists. The emotional toll of conformity. Conforming to societal expectations that diminish one's identity can have profound emotional and psychological effects. Internalized racism, the process by which individuals begin to believe the negative stereotypes and biases about their own race, often emerges when Black individuals feel pressure to reject their Blackness in order to succeed. This internal struggle can lead to feelings of inadequacy, self-doubt, and even self-hatred. For young Black women and men, constantly navigating a world that devalues their identity can lead to emotional exhaustion and a fractured sense of self. For example, a young Black man who is told he must suppress his cultural expression to succeed in a corporate environment may begin to question whether his identity is a liability rather than an asset. Over time, the pressure to conform can erode his self-confidence and cause him to doubt his ability to succeed on his own terms. It is critical to understand that the pressure to conform is not just about fitting in, it is about survival. Many Black individuals feel that in order to advance in their careers, education, or social circles, they must conform to white norms. This is not a failure of the individual, but a reflection of a society that punishes Blackness while rewarding those who perform whiteness. Yet, even in the face of these pressures, there is immense power in remaining true to oneself. The power of authenticity. The act of being true to oneself despite societal pressure is a radical form of self-preservation. To embrace one's full identity is to reclaim power from systems that seek to marginalize Black people. Authenticity is not just about self-expression, it is about self-empowerment. When young Black women and men remain true to themselves, they assert their right to exist fully and unapologetically in a world that often tells them otherwise. James Baldwin once said, "You have to decide who you are and force the world to deal with you, not with its idea of you." Baldwin, a Black gay man, understood deeply the tension between conforming to societal expectations and remaining true to oneself. Throughout his life and career, Baldwin refused to water down his identity or his message to make others comfortable. His authenticity, both as a writer and as a Black man, allowed him to speak truth to power in ways that continue to resonate today. For young Black people, Baldwin's message is clear. The world will try to define you, but you must define yourself. This is not an easy task, especially when conformity seems like the more convenient or safer option. But the freedom that comes with living authentically far outweighs the temporary comfort of fitting in. How young Black women and men can incorporate authenticity into their lives. 1. Embrace your cultural identity. One of the most powerful ways to remain true to yourself is by embracing your cultural identity fully. Whether it's through your style, your hair, your language, or your creative expression, find ways to celebrate your Blackness in everyday life. For example, a young Black woman who works in a predominantly white corporate environment might choose to wear her natural hair with pride, despite the pressure to conform to Eurocentric beauty standards. This act of authenticity sends a message, not only to others, but to herself, that she values and celebrates her identity, even in spaces that may not. 2. Find strength in community. Surrounding yourself with people who affirm your identity is essential for maintaining a sense of self-worth and authenticity. Whether through friends, family, or mentorship, being part of a community that understands and values your identity provides the support needed to resist societal pressure. Black social organizations, Black student unions, and other affinity groups can offer a safe space for young Black women and men to express themselves freely without fear of judgment or exclusion. 3. Challenge internalized racism. Internalized racism is one of the most insidious effects of societal pressure to conform. Young Black people must actively work to unlearn the harmful beliefs they have internalized about their race. This might involve seeking out literature, media, and art that celebrate Blackness, as well as engaging in conversations about race and identity. For example, reading books by Black authors like Toni Morrison or Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie can offer new perspectives on what it means to be Black in a world that tries to devalue your identity. 4. Set boundaries and prioritize mental health. In a world that constantly pressures you to conform, setting boundaries is essential for protecting your mental health. This might mean distancing yourself from environments or people who force you to suppress your identity. Prioritizing your mental health could also mean seeking therapy, particularly from a Black therapist or one who is culturally competent. Therapy can provide a space to explore the complexities of identity and develop strategies for remaining true to yourself in the face of external pressures. 5. Be selective with code switching. While code switching can be a necessary tool for navigating certain environments, young Black people must be intentional about when and where they choose to code switch. Not every space deserves your full energy or demands that you change who you are. Being selective about code switching allows individuals to conserve their emotional and mental energy for spaces that value their authenticity. In other words, choose when and where to code switch, but do not make it a permanent state of being. In a society that pressures Black people to conform to standards of whiteness, being true to oneself is an act of liberation. For young Black women and men, embracing authenticity means rejecting the harmful messages that society sends about their worth, intelligence, and value. It means celebrating the fullness of their identity and refusing to shrink in the face of white supremacy. Authenticity allows Black individuals to reclaim their power, their narratives, and their futures. The journey to authenticity is not always easy. It requires confronting internalized racism, navigating hostile environments, and sometimes sacrificing comfort for the sake of self-preservation. But in the end, the freedom that comes with being true to oneself far outweighs the cost. Young Black women and men who choose to live authentically are not only resisting societal pressure, they are also creating a world where Blackness is valued, celebrated, and empowered. In a world where Black identity is frequently under attack, embracing one's cultural roots is not just an act of defiance, it's an act of survival, empowerment, and liberation. For centuries, Black people have been told, explicitly and implicitly, that their culture, language, and heritage are inferior or undesirable. Yet, the truth is quite the opposite. Black culture, rooted in a rich tapestry of history, resilience, creativity, and strength, is a source of profound power. By reclaiming and embracing their cultural identity, Black women and men can tap into a wellspring of pride and strength that equips them to face and overcome societal obstacles. Understanding that cultural identity is more than skin color or superficial characteristics, but a deep well of tradition, shared experience, and collective resilience, offers Black people a way to navigate a society that so often seeks to marginalize them. It offers them the strength to stand tall unapologetically in a world that frequently tells them they are too much or not enough. Throughout history, Black people have been systematically stripped of their cultural identities. During slavery, Africans were separated from their tribes, families, and traditions in an effort to erase their sense of self and community. Language, religion, and customs were forbidden, and the intention was clear. If Black people could be made to forget who they were, they would be easier to control. Yet even in the face of brutal repression, Black people found ways to retain their culture, to pass down stories, music, and traditions that became the foundation of a unique and powerful Black identity in the diaspora. Cultural resilience is the thread that runs through the history of Black people in the face of systemic oppression. Despite efforts to suppress it, Black culture has thrived in new and innovative ways. From the spirituals sung by enslaved Africans to the jazz and blues birthed from the pain and joy of Black life in America, to the hip-hop movement that emerged from the streets of the Bronx as an unapologetic declaration of Black creativity and resistance. Consider the legacy of Harlem Renaissance artists like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston, who used their writing to celebrate Black culture and reject white standards of beauty, intelligence, and success. Their works were not just literature. They were acts of defiance against a society that sought to devalue Black identity. By embracing their cultural roots, they created art that uplifted their community and gave voice to the richness of Black experience. Cultural identity as a source of pride. For young Black women and men today, embracing their cultural identity is an essential part of reclaiming their power. In a world that often privileges whiteness and Eurocentric beauty standards, Black culture stands as a counter-narrative that says, "I am enough as I am." This sense of pride is not just about feeling good. It's about rejecting the internalized racism that so many Black people have been taught to carry. It's about celebrating the beauty, brilliance, and creativity that have always been a part of Black culture. From the way we speak, to the music we listen to the food we eat, Black culture is a source of deep, unshakable pride. For example, the natural hair movement has been a powerful reclaiming of Black identity. For decades, Black women were told that their natural hair was unprofessional, unattractive, and needed to be tamed to fit into mainstream beauty standards. But in recent years, Black women have begun to reject these harmful narratives, embracing their natural curls, kinks, and coils as a symbol of pride and identity. This movement is more than just a change in hairstyles. It's a reclamation of self, a statement that Blackness, in its natural form, is beautiful and worthy. For a young Black woman entering the workforce or navigating predominantly white spaces, wearing her natural hair is an act of empowerment. It's a way of asserting her identity without apology. By doing so, she is saying that she will not conform to Eurocentric standards of beauty, but instead embrace the fullness of her Blackness. Beyond pride, embracing Black cultural identity is a source of power. It offers Black women and men the ability to navigate a world that often seeks to undermine them with the knowledge that they are part of something larger than themselves. When Black people understand their cultural heritage, they tap into the strength of generations who have fought, resisted, and survived. Afrofuturism, for example, is a cultural movement that blends elements of science fiction, history, and African mythology to imagine a future where Black people are free from the constraints of systemic racism and oppression. Works like Octavia Butler's Kindred or Ryan Coogler's Black Panther offer visions of Black empowerment that are rooted in cultural pride and heritage. For young Black women and men, embracing Afrofuturism or exploring their cultural roots through literature, film, or art offers a way to reimagine what their future can look like. It is a way to draw strength from the past while envisioning a future that is shaped by their own terms, rather than the limitations society has placed upon them. Cultural identity also provides power in the community. When Black individuals come together in spaces that affirm their culture, whether through Black social organizations, churches, or community events, they create networks of support that strengthen their resilience in the face of societal challenges. These communities offer a space where Blackness is celebrated, not diminished, and where individuals can draw strength from one another. For young Black women and men, embracing their cultural identity can be a transformative process, one that empowers them to face the challenges of a racist society with strength and resilience. Here are several ways they can incorporate their cultural identity into their daily lives. 1. Engage with Black art and literature. One of the most powerful ways to connect with Black cultural identity is through art and literature that reflects the Black experience. Reading the works of writers like James Baldwin, Toni Morrison, and Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie provides not only a deeper understanding of Black history and culture, but also affirms the beauty and complexity of Black life. Similarly, exploring the works of Black visual artists and musicians can inspire pride in the creativity and resilience of Black people. 2. Celebrate Black traditions. Embracing cultural identity also means celebrating Black traditions, whether through food, music, or family customs. Cooking traditional dishes from African or Caribbean cuisine, for example, can be a way to connect with one's heritage and celebrate the culinary traditions that have been passed down through generations. Participating in cultural festivals or attending events that celebrate Black music, dance, and fashion also offers a way to affirm cultural identity. 3. Surround yourself with affirming spaces. Navigating a world that often seeks to diminish Black identity can be exhausting. It's essential for young Black people to find and create spaces where their culture is affirmed and celebrated. Whether it's joining a Black student union, attending events at a local Black cultural center, or finding online communities that uplift Black voices, being part of affirming spaces helps reinforce the power of Black cultural identity. 4. Pass on cultural knowledge. Embracing cultural identity is not just a personal act, it's a communal one. Young Black people can pass on their cultural knowledge and pride to the next generation, ensuring that Black history, traditions, and values continue to thrive. Whether through mentoring younger students, teaching family recipes, or sharing stories of Black resilience, passing on cultural knowledge is an act of empowerment. Navigating the complexities of life as a young Black person in America requires the ability to remain authentic in spaces that often demand conformity, whether it's in the workplace, academic settings, or social circles. Young Black women and men are frequently pressured to code switch, adapt their behaviors, or downplay their cultural identity to fit in. The tension between staying true to oneself and adapting to the expectations of dominant culture is a daily struggle that can be mentally and emotionally exhausting. Yet, remaining authentic is crucial for self-preservation, mental health, and the empowerment of future generations. It is not simply about resisting outside pressures, but understanding how to move through the world with a sense of self-assurance and integrity. The challenge of authenticity becomes even more profound when we consider the societal messages Black people receive about their worth and identity. From microaggressions to systemic racism, the world sends constant reminders that Blackness, in its natural form, is often seen as a threat or something to be corrected. However, to remain true to oneself while navigating these different spaces is an act of resistance. It is a refusal to be diminished by a world that seeks to undermine one's existence. It is about walking into rooms that weren't built for you, fully aware of your worth, and not bending under the weight of external expectations. Remaining authentic does not mean being inflexible. Navigating spaces as a Black person often involves learning how to adapt while holding on to the core of who you are. The workplace, academia, and social environments frequently require a certain degree of code switching, altering one's speech, behavior, or presentation to fit into predominantly white or non-Black spaces. Code switching is not inherently negative. In fact, it can be a valuable tool for survival, but the danger lies in losing oneself in the process, in letting the act of adaptation become a permanent state that erases one's cultural identity. For example, in a corporate setting where professionalism is often defined by white, Eurocentric standards, a young Black man may feel pressured to change his tone of voice, style of dress, or even suppress parts of his personality that are integral to who he is. Over time, this type of adaptation can lead to cultural dissonance, where the person feels detached from their authentic self. This is why it is crucial to balance adaptation with authenticity. Learning how to navigate spaces that were not designed for you without losing sight of who you are. Baldwin's reflections on identity highlight this struggle. James Baldwin famously spoke about the tension between conforming to survive and the deep desire to maintain a sense of self in a world that refuses to see you as fully human. He understood that moving through white spaces as a Black person involved constant negotiation of identity. Baldwin's words remind young Black women and men today that it is possible to adapt without losing one's essence, that the survival of the spirit requires a delicate balance of both. One of the most powerful ways to remain authentic is by staying deeply rooted in one's cultural heritage. The world may demand that Black people conform, but history has shown that those who have embraced their culture rather than hiding it are often the ones who lead transformative change. Zora Neale Hurston, during the Harlem Renaissance, refused to conform to the expectations placed upon her by both white and Black society. She celebrated Black culture, language, and traditions unapologetically, even when it meant facing criticism. Her authenticity became a source of pride and empowerment, not just for herself, but for future generations who look to her as an example of what it means to be unyielding in one's identity. Young Black women and men can incorporate cultural preservation into their daily lives as a form of resistance against the pressures of conformity. This might mean speaking up in meetings or classrooms to express their unique perspectives even when they feel outnumbered. It could also involve unapologetically embracing their natural hair, traditional clothing, or other aspects of their identity in spaces that may not fully accept them. For instance, wearing natural hair in a corporate setting where straightened hair is often seen as the norm is a statement of pride that challenges beauty standards rooted in white supremacy. Cultural preservation also means staying connected to the history and legacy of those who came before. By learning about the struggles and triumphs of Black leaders, artists, and activists, young Black people can draw strength from the knowledge that they are part of a larger narrative of resilience. This connection to cultural heritage not only grounds them in their identity, but also empowers them to face the challenges of today's world with a sense of purpose and pride. Remaining authentic in a world that pressures you to conform requires setting clear boundaries, especially when it comes to mental health. The emotional labor of constantly having to navigate spaces that devalue your identity can take a significant toll. Whether it's dealing with microaggressions, racial stereotyping, or the subtle and overt ways that Blackness is policed, the pressure to conform often comes at the expense of mental well-being. Young Black Americans must learn to set boundaries that protect their mental health while still engaging with the world. This may mean choosing when and where to code switch and being mindful of environments that are particularly toxic. It is essential to recognize that you do not owe your authenticity to spaces that seek to diminish it. Prioritizing mental health might also involve seeking therapy or joining support groups that cater specifically to the experiences of Black people. Therapy can provide a safe space to unpack the stress and trauma of navigating spaces that are not designed with your identity in mind. Toni Morrison's work often speaks to the psychological toll that racism exacts on Black individuals, particularly women. In The Bluest Eye, Morrison explores the internalized self-hatred that comes from living in a world where white beauty standards dominate. Her work is a powerful reminder that mental health cannot be ignored in the fight for authenticity. Young Black people must be vigilant in protecting their mental and emotional well-being, recognizing that their authenticity is sacred and worthy of preservation. Navigating different spaces while remaining authentic requires finding or creating communities where authenticity is celebrated. Surrounding oneself with people who affirm and embrace one's identity is essential for maintaining a strong sense of self. Black people have always found ways to create spaces of refuge, from churches and social organizations to artistic collectives and online communities. These spaces serve as sanctuaries where Black identity is not only accepted but celebrated. For young Black women and men, finding a community that values their authenticity can make all the difference. Whether it's through joining a Black student union in college, participating in cultural organizations, or simply forming friendships with people who understand the challenges of navigating white-dominated spaces, these communities offer support and validation. In these spaces, young Black people can express themselves fully without fear of judgment or the pressure to conform. Building communities of authenticity also means being intentional about mentorship. Having a mentor who has successfully navigated similar challenges can provide invaluable guidance on how to remain true to oneself while achieving success in various fields. Mentors can offer advice on how to handle workplace dynamics, how to resist the urge to assimilate fully, and how to use one's identity as a source of strength rather than a barrier. Authenticity is not just about individual expression. It's about using one's identity to create change in the spaces one inhabits. Young Black people who remain true to themselves in the face of societal pressures are not just resisting for their own sake, they are challenging the very systems that seek to oppress them. By refusing to conform, they are forcing institutions to confront their own biases and making space for future generations to do the same. Consider the example of Colin Kaepernick, whose decision to kneel during the national anthem as a protest against police brutality was a profound act of authenticity. Kaepernick knew that his protest would come at a personal cost, yet he remained true to his beliefs. His decision sparked a national conversation about race, policing, and patriotism, challenging the NFL and broader society to reckon with the realities of systemic racism. His authenticity became a tool for social change, inspiring others to take similar stands. For young Black people, authenticity can be a powerful form of activism. Whether it's speaking out against injustice, creating art that reflects their lived experiences, or simply refusing to conform to the standards of white-dominated institutions. Staying true to oneself can disrupt systems of oppression and pave the way for future progress. In a world that pressures Black people to conform to standards that are not their own, remaining authentic is a powerful act of resistance and self-preservation. It requires a balance between adaptation and authenticity, an understanding of the importance of cultural preservation, and the setting of boundaries to protect mental health. By building communities that celebrate Black identity and using authenticity as a tool for change, young Black women and men can navigate different spaces without losing sight of who they are. Authenticity is not just a personal choice. It is a revolutionary act that challenges the status quo and affirms the dignity and worth of Black people in a world that often seeks to deny both. Chapter 5. Mastering Emotional Intelligence. For young Black women and men navigating the workplace, emotional intelligence is an indispensable tool in dealing with racism and microaggressions. Racism in the workplace is often covert, manifesting in microaggressions rather than overt acts of discrimination. These microaggressions, those subtle, often unintentional expressions of bias, can take many forms. Comments that question one's competence, assumptions about one's background or abilities, or even well-meaning but ignorant remarks that reveal deep-seated biases. Left unchecked, these behaviors can erode self-confidence, contribute to emotional exhaustion, and hinder professional growth. However, emotional intelligence offers a pathway for managing these experiences, allowing Black employees to navigate racist dynamics while maintaining their sense of self-worth and dignity. By cultivating self-awareness, empathy, and effective communication skills, individuals can protect their mental health, advocate for themselves, and challenge workplace inequities in ways that are both strategic and empowering. Emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, manage, and use emotions constructively. It involves both personal and social competencies, self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills that help individuals manage their own emotions and navigate interactions with others effectively. In the context of workplace racism and microaggressions, emotional intelligence equips Black employees to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively, allowing them to maintain control in difficult situations. Self-awareness, a key component of emotional intelligence, enables young Black professionals to recognize how microaggressions and racist behaviors affect them emotionally. For instance, a Black woman may notice that her frustration rises every time a colleague makes dismissive comments about her hair or refers to her as articulate in a tone that suggests surprise. By being attuned to these emotional reactions, she can take steps to address the situation in a way that preserves her mental well-being and fosters a productive dialogue. Self-regulation, another critical element of emotional intelligence, helps Black employees manage their responses to racism. Instead of reacting angrily to an offensive remark, they can take a moment to collect their thoughts, choose a strategic response, or decide whether addressing the issue is worth their emotional energy at that particular moment. Emotional intelligence doesn't mean suppressing anger or frustration. It means channeling those emotions into constructive actions that advance one's goals. In predominantly white workplaces, microaggressions often stem from ignorance rather than malicious intent. Comments like, "You're so well-spoken for a Black person," or "Where are you really from?" reveal a lack of understanding and perpetuate stereotypes. While these remarks are hurtful and frustrating, they often reflect the speaker's unconscious biases rather than overt racism. Emotional intelligence allows Black employees to recognize this distinction and respond with empathy while still asserting their boundaries. For example, a young Black man might experience a situation where a colleague frequently interrupts him during meetings, subtly undermining his contributions. By recognizing this pattern as a form of microaggression rooted in the assumption that his ideas are less valuable, he can choose a response that protects his professional standing while also addressing the behavior. He might decide to address the colleague privately using I statements to express how the interruptions affect him and to offer suggestions for more equitable communication. This approach not only protects his emotional well-being, but also fosters a more inclusive environment. Empathy, in this context, involves understanding that while many of these interactions are rooted in ignorance, they still cause harm. The key is to balance the desire to educate others with the need to protect one's own emotional health. It's not always necessary or productive to engage with every microaggression. Sometimes self-preservation means walking away or choosing silence in the moment. Emotional intelligence helps Black professionals discern when to engage and when to prioritize their own well-being. Emotional intelligence also plays a vital role in setting boundaries, an essential skill for Black employees dealing with workplace racism. Setting boundaries is about recognizing when certain behaviors cross the line and communicating that clearly and respectfully. This requires a combination of self-awareness and assertiveness, two key components of emotional intelligence. For instance, a young Black woman might notice that her contributions in meetings are frequently minimized or ignored by her colleagues. Emotional intelligence allows her to assess the situation, understand the emotions it triggers, and decide how best to address it. Instead of internalizing the disrespect or reacting out of frustration, she might choose to address it directly in the meeting, saying, "I'd like to finish my point," or by bringing it up privately with a supervisor. Setting boundaries in this way sends a clear message that her contributions are valuable and that she will not tolerate being disrespected. Advocating for oneself in the face of racism requires a deep sense of self-worth, which emotional intelligence helps cultivate. Black employees need to recognize that their value is not diminished by others' biases and that they have the right to advocate for fair treatment, whether it's negotiating for a raise, pushing back against discriminatory practices, or simply asserting the right to be heard. Self-advocacy is a powerful way to counter the effects of workplace racism. Dealing with microaggressions and racism in the workplace can be emotionally exhausting. The constant need to navigate these dynamics, educate colleagues, and maintain professionalism in the face of discrimination takes a toll on mental health. Emotional intelligence provides Black employees with the tools to manage this stress, avoid burnout, and practice self-care. One of the key strategies for managing stress is recognizing when emotional labor is too much. Emotional labor refers to the effort required to manage one's own emotions, while also addressing the emotions of others, often in the context of educating them about racism. For Black employees, the expectation to constantly educate non-Black colleagues about issues of race can be draining. Emotional intelligence allows individuals to set limits on how much emotional labor they are willing to expend. It's okay to say, "I'm not in a place to discuss this right now," or "It's not my job to educate you on this topic." Self-care is another critical aspect of managing the emotional toll of workplace racism. This can take many forms, from seeking therapy to taking time off to recharge, engaging in activities that nurture emotional well-being, whether it's spending time with family, practicing mindfulness, or finding solace in creative outlets, helps Black employees protect their mental health and maintain resilience in the face of adversity. Emotional intelligence is not just about managing emotions. It's also about using those emotions to create change. Young Black professionals who cultivate emotional intelligence are better equipped to challenge workplace racism in ways that are both strategic and effective. This might mean leading diversity initiatives, speaking up about unfair policies, or mentoring younger colleagues to help them navigate similar challenges. For example, a young Black man who has experienced racial microaggressions might decide to take on a leadership role in his company's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. Drawing on his emotional intelligence, he can create a space where employees feel comfortable discussing their experiences with racism and advocating for meaningful changes in company policies. His ability to navigate difficult conversations with empathy, self-awareness, and assertiveness allows him to effect change while also protecting his own emotional health. By turning emotional intelligence into action, Black employees can help transform the workplace into a more inclusive environment, not just for themselves, but for future generations of Black professionals. Emotional intelligence is an invaluable asset for young Black women and men dealing with workplace racism and microaggressions. It provides the tools to manage emotions, set boundaries, and advocate for oneself, all while navigating the complexities of a racist workplace. By cultivating self-awareness, empathy, and emotional regulation, Black professionals can protect their mental health and turn difficult experiences into opportunities for growth and empowerment. In a world where systemic racism continues to shape professional environments, emotional intelligence offers a pathway not only for survival, but for thriving. It enables Black employees to remain authentic, assert their worth, and create spaces that affirm their identity and contributions. Emotional intelligence is not just about managing feelings. It is about using those feelings as a catalyst for change, both personal and collective. By harnessing the power of emotional intelligence, young Black women and men can navigate the workplace with confidence, dignity, and resilience. For young Black women and men, navigating a world fraught with systemic racism, microaggressions, and daily adversities requires more than just grit. It requires emotional intelligence, resilience, and an intentional focus on managing emotions in ways that empower rather than drain. Life's challenges, whether personal or societal, can be overwhelming, but how we respond to those challenges defines our trajectory. Developing techniques for managing emotions and responding to difficulties is essential for mental well-being, personal growth, and even social justice. Understanding that the world may not always be fair and knowing how to maintain emotional balance in the face of injustice is crucial for Black women and men trying to carve out a space where their voices are heard and respected. Emotional management is not about suppressing anger or pretending that racism, microaggressions, and other forms of injustice don't hurt. It's about channeling emotions, whether anger, frustration, sadness, or even hope, into effective strategies for coping, responding, and growing stronger. The key to this lies in understanding how to control emotional responses, using them not as barriers, but as catalysts for empowerment and change. Before you can manage your emotions, you have to understand them. Emotional self-awareness is the cornerstone of emotional intelligence, and it's especially important for Black people who often face unique emotional triggers related to systemic injustice. Recognizing how certain situations, whether it's a microaggression at work, a disrespectful comment from a peer, or the weight of generational trauma, affect you emotionally is the first step in managing your reaction. For example, a young Black woman in a corporate setting may experience subtle but persistent undermining from colleagues, such as being overlooked in meetings or having her ideas credited to others. Initially, she may feel frustration or anger, but through self-awareness, she can begin to recognize the specific triggers that make her feel invalidated or devalued. By identifying the emotional response, she can then choose how to handle it. Instead of lashing out or internalizing the anger, she can prepare a thoughtful response, assertively addressing the issue with her team while maintaining her composure. Self-awareness doesn't just help with workplace dynamics. It is useful in navigating interpersonal relationships as well. Being aware of how systemic pressures, family expectations, and societal racism influence your mood and behavior allows you to approach your emotions with a sense of understanding rather than shame or frustration. This awareness can help Black women and men reject the toxic narrative that emotional expression, particularly anger, is dangerous or unprofessional. Once you've developed emotional self-awareness, the next step is learning how to regulate those emotions. Emotional regulation is the ability to manage your feelings in a way that is constructive, preventing them from overwhelming you or dictating impulsive reactions. In situations where Black women and men face microaggressions or outright discrimination, emotional regulation becomes essential for self-preservation and strategic responses. Consider the case of a young Black man working in a predominantly white tech environment. He might face coded language or be subject to soft racism, such as being overlooked for promotions or being subtly excluded from important conversations. In such moments, the natural response may be to feel hurt, angry, or even humiliated, but emotional regulation teaches him to take a breath, step back, and assess the situation before responding. Rather than reacting in the heat of the moment, which might only reinforce harmful stereotypes, he can choose to address the issue through a formal complaint, a calm but direct conversation, or by seeking out allies who can help advocate for fair treatment. Emotional regulation does not mean suppressing valid emotions, but rather channeling them in a way that serves you. It allows young Black women and men to express their frustrations in ways that do not jeopardize their well-being or professional standing. Whether it's journaling, talking to a trusted mentor, or practicing mindfulness techniques, finding healthy outlets for emotional expression is key to maintaining emotional balance. Mindfulness and meditation offer powerful tools for managing emotions, particularly in moments of intense stress or anxiety. For Black women and men facing systemic oppression, these practices can help foster a sense of inner calm and resilience, even when external circumstances feel uncontrollable. Mindfulness involves staying present and grounded in the current moment, rather than getting swept away by emotions or dwelling on past injustices. A young Black woman navigating law school, for instance, might face immense pressure to perform while also contending with the microaggressions that come from being one of the few Black faces in the room. Practicing mindfulness before exams, during class, or in moments of social isolation can help her stay grounded, reducing stress and anxiety. Meditation, particularly practices rooted in breathing exercises, can bring her back to a place of mental clarity, allowing her to process her feelings without becoming overwhelmed by them. Incorporating mindfulness into daily routines can take many forms, whether through guided meditations, breath work, or simply taking a few moments each day to reflect on what you are feeling and why. These practices offer young Black people the tools to cope with daily microaggressions, racism, or societal pressures without internalizing the stress they generate. Cognitive reframing is a powerful technique that allows individuals to shift their perspective on a given situation. For Black women and men, reframing is particularly useful when faced with systemic challenges or personal obstacles that feel insurmountable. Cognitive reframing does not mean denying the reality of racism or injustice. It means choosing how to interpret and respond to those experiences in ways that preserve dignity and self-worth. For instance, a young Black man working in a corporate environment might constantly receive feedback that feels tinged with bias, such as being told he is too aggressive or that he needs to tone it down in meetings. Rather than internalizing this as a personal failing, he can reframe the situation. He might remind himself that his assertiveness is a strength and that the feedback he receives is more reflective of the biases of others than of his own abilities. By reframing the feedback, he preserves his confidence and uses it as an opportunity for growth, rather than as an attack on his character. Reframing can also apply to broader societal issues. For example, young Black activists working for social change can reframe moments of setback or disappointment as part of the longer arc of progress, recognizing that while change may not happen immediately, their efforts contribute to a larger movement. Shifting perspective in this way fosters resilience and prevents burnout, allowing individuals to stay engaged without becoming disillusioned. Emotional management also involves recognizing when to seek help and support. Too often, Black women and men are expected to endure hardship alone, internalizing the myth that resilience means suffering in silence. But true emotional intelligence involves knowing when to reach out, whether to a trusted mentor, a therapist, or a community of peers who share similar experiences. For example, a young Black woman in the medical field may face both gender and racial bias from colleagues and patients. The constant pressure to prove her competence may lead to feelings of isolation or burnout. In these moments, seeking support from a network of other Black women in medicine can provide much-needed validation and encouragement. Joining affinity groups, professional organizations, or online communities centered around Black excellence offers a space where her experiences are understood and where she can receive advice on managing the emotional toll of her work. Therapy, particularly with a culturally competent therapist, offers another avenue for emotional support. Therapy provides a safe, confidential space to process the emotional impact of systemic racism and to develop personalized strategies for managing emotions. For young Black women and men who may feel burdened by the weight of societal expectations, therapy can be a lifeline, offering new perspectives and tools for coping with stress, anxiety, or trauma. Perhaps one of the most powerful aspects of emotional intelligence is the ability to transform emotions, particularly anger or frustration, into purposeful action. Black women and men have long been at the forefront of social justice movements, using their experiences of racism and oppression as fuel for activism and change. By channeling emotions into constructive outlets, whether through art, community organizing, or political engagement, young Black people can harness their feelings in ways that contribute to both personal healing and societal progress. For example, a young Black man who experiences racial profiling may initially feel a combination of anger, fear, and frustration. Rather than allowing those emotions to fester, he might decide to get involved in local advocacy efforts aimed at reforming policing practices. By turning his personal pain into collective action, he finds empowerment and helps pave the way for systemic change. The ability to manage emotions and respond effectively to challenges is a critical skill for young Black women and men navigating a world shaped by systemic racism and inequality. Through emotional self-awareness, regulation, mindfulness, reframing, seeking support, and transforming emotions into action, Black individuals can not only protect their mental and emotional well-being, but also find strength and purpose in their experiences. These techniques offer not just a way to survive adversity, but a roadmap for thriving in the face of it. In a world that often seems to challenge Black existence at every turn, emotional intelligence is a powerful tool for maintaining dignity, resilience, and hope. By incorporating these techniques into their daily lives, young Black people can build emotional fortitude and continue to push against the barriers that seek to limit their potential. The art of resilience and how to recover from setbacks. Resilience is a word that carries profound weight, especially for Black women and men navigating a world built on systemic oppression, racism, and inequality. The reality of setbacks, whether personal, professional, or societal, is inevitable. But it is how we rise from those moments that defines the trajectory of our lives. The art of resilience is not just about bouncing back after a failure or adversity. It is about harnessing the power within to rebuild, reinvent, and rise stronger than before. For Black people, resilience is an ancestral inheritance. It is embedded in the stories of those who survived enslavement, Jim Crow, and generations of economic disenfranchisement. But resilience is not just about survival. It is about learning how to thrive, even in the face of setbacks, and using those challenges as stepping stones toward something greater. In today's world, where young Black individuals continue to face barriers rooted in both past and present injustices, learning how to cultivate resilience is essential. This is not a passive process. It requires intentionality, self-reflection, community, and purpose. Resilience is both a mindset and a practice. something that is strengthened through conscious effort. When setbacks arise, as they inevitably will, the ability to recover and move forward is rooted in emotional, mental, and spiritual fortitude. Resilience, at its core, is about more than simply surviving hardships. It's about learning to use those hardships as fuel for personal growth and transformation. For Black women and men, setbacks can often feel more like the result of systemic forces than individual missteps. When denied opportunities in the workplace, faced with academic barriers, or confronted by the constant microaggressions in predominantly white spaces, the emotional toll can lead to feelings of frustration, doubt, and even despair. But resilience teaches us that these moments do not define us. It's about the ability to reframe setbacks as temporary obstacles rather than permanent defeats. One of the most powerful aspects of resilience is the ability to reframe setbacks as opportunities for growth. When something goes wrong, whether it's a failed project at work, a personal rejection, or a missed opportunity, it's easy to get stuck in the narrative of failure. But resilient individuals understand that setbacks are often moments of learning. Every failure holds within it a lesson, a chance to evaluate what went wrong, and an opportunity to try again with greater wisdom. A young Black professional who is passed over for a promotion might initially feel disheartened, wondering whether racism played a role in the decision. While those feelings are valid, resilience requires her to look beyond the immediate disappointment and ask herself what can be learned from the situation. Perhaps it's an opportunity to improve a certain skill set or to seek mentorship from someone higher up in the organization. By reframing the setback as a chance to grow, she maintains control over her own narrative and avoids internalizing the sense of defeat. Reframing is not about denying the reality of the challenges Black people face. It's about acknowledging them, understanding their impact, and then choosing to respond in a way that propels personal growth. James Baldwin spoke often of this kind of resilience when he wrote about the importance of embracing struggle as a pathway to understanding oneself more deeply. Baldwin didn't shy away from confronting the painful realities of being Black in America, but he used those experiences as a means to cultivate a deeper sense of purpose and identity. Resilience is not something that happens in isolation. It is built through community, connection, and the strength we draw from those around us. For Black women and men, cultivating resilience often means seeking out spaces where Blackness is celebrated and understood, rather than diminished or ignored. Whether it's through mentorship, family, or organizations that center Black experiences, community offers both emotional and practical support in times of struggle. Take, for example, Black sororities and fraternities, organizations that have long provided a space for young Black women and men to find community, support, and mentorship. These spaces offer more than just social connection. They provide a network of people who understand the unique challenges Black individuals face and who can offer guidance on how to navigate those challenges. When faced with a setback, having a community to lean on can make the difference between giving up and pushing forward. Incorporating community into one's resilience practice might mean seeking out a mentor who has faced similar challenges, or joining professional organizations that uplift and advocate for Black people. Emotional resilience is strengthened when we know we are not alone in our struggles, and when we have people who remind us of our worth and potential. Part of being resilient means knowing when to step back, rest, and take care of your mental and emotional health. The world often glorifies the idea of pushing through pain and hardship, but true resilience is about balance. For young Black women and men, especially those navigating hostile or unsupportive environments, burnout is a real threat. Constantly dealing with racism, microaggressions, and societal pressures can take a toll on one's mental health. Self-care is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's about recognizing when your emotional reserves are depleted and giving yourself permission to rest, recharge, and heal. This might mean taking time off work, seeking therapy, or simply engaging in activities that bring joy and peace. For Black women and men, self-care can also involve reconnecting with cultural practices, whether through music, food, or spirituality, that offer a sense of grounding and belonging. Audre Lorde, the iconic Black feminist writer, famously said, "Caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. In a world that often devalues Black lives, taking care of oneself is a radical act. It is a reminder that you are worthy of rest, love, and care, even when the world tells you otherwise." Building resilience means knowing when to step back, take care of yourself, and return to the fight when you are ready. Resilience is not about immediate results. It's about playing the long game. Recovering from setbacks doesn't happen overnight, and the road to success is rarely a straight line. For young Black women and men, building resilience means setting long-term goals and understanding that progress may come in small, incremental steps. It's about maintaining a sense of purpose even when things don't go as planned. For example, a young Black entrepreneur who faces financial setbacks or difficulties securing funding might feel discouraged. But resilience means staying focused on the bigger picture, adapting plans when necessary, and continuing to push forward despite obstacles. It's about recognizing that setbacks are part of the process and that success is rarely linear. By setting long-term goals and breaking them down into smaller, manageable steps, Black women and men can maintain a sense of forward momentum even when faced with challenges. This long-term mindset helps to mitigate the emotional toll of setbacks, as individuals can see them as part of a larger journey rather than as permanent roadblocks. The art of resilience is not about never falling down. It's about learning how to get back up, stronger and more determined than before. For young Black women and men, the road is often fraught with challenges, from systemic racism to personal setbacks. But within those challenges lies the opportunity for growth, transformation, and empowerment. Resilience is cultivated through self-awareness, reframing setbacks, building supportive communities, prioritizing self-care, and setting long-term goals. It is not a one-time skill, but a lifelong practice that equips individuals to face adversity with strength, grace, and determination. By incorporating these techniques into their lives, young Black women and men can navigate the obstacles they encounter, not with defeat, but with the understanding that every setback is an opportunity for greater growth and success. For Black individuals, the concept of resilience is not just a psychological term, it's a lived experience. Our ancestors embodied resilience, surviving slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, and systemic racism, while still finding ways to create joy, community, and culture. Today, that same resilience remains a necessary tool in navigating a world that often feels unwelcoming, even hostile to Black people. Building resilience, however, is not a passive process. It requires intentionality, awareness, and the ability to cultivate inner strength while remaining flexible and adaptive in the face of life's inevitable challenges. Resilience is about more than just surviving adversity. It's about thriving despite it, whether it's personal loss, professional setbacks, or navigating the daily microaggressions that come with being Black in predominantly white spaces. Resilience offers a pathway to recovery, growth, and transformation. For young Black women and men in particular, learning how to build and sustain resilience is a critical skill, one that will empower them to navigate the complexities of life while maintaining their sense of self-worth, dignity, and purpose. The first step in building resilience is developing a deep sense of emotional awareness. This means recognizing and understanding your emotions, particularly in times of stress or adversity. Emotional awareness allows you to identify how situations make you feel, whether it's anger, frustration, sadness, or fear, so that you can respond intentionally rather than react impulsively. For young Black women and men, this emotional awareness is crucial, especially in environments where emotions, particularly those of anger or frustration, are often misinterpreted or stigmatized. Consider the stereotype of the angry Black woman or the aggressive Black man, labels that are often used to delegitimize Black voices in professional or social settings. Understanding how these external perceptions might influence your internal emotional state is the first step toward reclaiming agency over your feelings. Example: imagine a young Black woman in a corporate setting who consistently feels overlooked in meetings. The frustration might build over time, but through emotional awareness, she can recognize the source of her feelings. Rather than internalizing the frustration as a personal failing, she can name it as a response to being marginalized. With that awareness, she can choose how to respond, whether it's by speaking up more assertively in meetings, seeking mentorship, or addressing the issue directly with her supervisor. Practical application. To develop emotional awareness, try journaling regularly. Write about your day and reflect on how certain events made you feel. Over time, patterns will emerge, helping you identify emotional triggers and giving you greater control over your responses. One of the hallmarks of resilience is the ability to reframe adversity as an opportunity for growth. This doesn't mean downplaying the seriousness of challenges or ignoring pain. Instead, it's about finding meaning in difficult experiences and using those experiences to propel yourself forward. Adversity, though painful, often carries valuable lessons about strength, endurance, and perseverance. For Black women and men who often face systemic barriers in education, employment, and healthcare, reframing adversity is not about denying the reality of racism. It's about refusing to let those barriers define your potential. By viewing challenges as opportunities to develop new skills, build inner strength, or foster deeper connections with community, adversity can become a catalyst for personal transformation. Example: consider a young Black man who is passed over for a promotion at work, despite being more qualified than his white colleague. The disappointment and anger are valid, but resilience means reframing the experience. Perhaps this setback offers an opportunity to reassess his career path, explore entrepreneurial ventures, or further develop his skills to position himself for future leadership roles. Rather than viewing the promotion as the sole marker of success, he reframes his career journey as one filled with possibilities beyond this one setback. Practical application. Practice reframing by asking yourself, what can I learn from this experience? Or, how can this challenge make me stronger? Over time, this mindset shift can help transform how you approach adversity. Resilience is not something that happens in isolation. It is built and sustained through community, connection, and support. For Black women and men, building a strong support network, whether through family, friends, mentors, or professional organizations, is essential for navigating life's challenges. These networks provide a space where your experiences as a Black person are understood and validated, and where you can draw strength from those who share similar struggles. Example: a young Black woman entering medical school may feel isolated in a predominantly white institution where she's one of the few Black faces in the room. By connecting with other Black medical students through a national organization, she builds a support system that understands the unique challenges of navigating both racial and academic pressures. This network offers not only emotional support, but also practical advice on how to succeed in a field where she may feel marginalized. Practical application: seek out spaces, whether in person or online, that cater specifically to Black professionals, students, or creatives. Join organizations, attend networking events, or find a mentor who can provide guidance and support. Practicing self-care and setting boundaries. Building resilience also means knowing when to rest, recharge, and protect your mental and emotional well-being. For Black women and men who often face the added stress of racial discrimination, self-care is not a luxury, it is a necessity. This includes setting boundaries to protect your energy, learning to say no when necessary, and prioritizing activities that nourish your spirit. Self-care is not just about pampering yourself. It's about actively engaging in practices that promote healing and well-being. For some, this might mean seeking therapy or counseling to work through the emotional toll of navigating a racist society. For others, it could be engaging in creative outlets, spiritual practices, or physical activities that help release stress. Example: a young Black man working in corporate America may find that the constant need to prove himself is taking a toll on his mental health. He decides to set boundaries by disconnecting from work emails after hours and taking time each week to engage in activities he enjoys, such as playing basketball or creating music. By prioritizing self-care, he ensures that he's not burning out and that he has the emotional reserves to continue pursuing his goals. Practical application: incorporate self-care into your routine by scheduling time each week for activities that bring you joy and peace. Set boundaries at work or school to prevent burnout, and don't be afraid to seek professional help if you need it. Resilience is deeply connected to one's sense of purpose. When you have a clear vision of what you're working toward, whether it's personal growth, professional success, or contributing to your community, you're more likely to push through adversity. Cultivating optimism doesn't mean ignoring the harsh realities of racism or inequality, but it does mean holding on to the belief that things can and will get better, especially when you're committed to making them better. For Black individuals, who often carry the weight of generational trauma and systemic injustice, finding a sense of purpose can provide the motivation needed to overcome obstacles. Whether it's pursuing a passion, advocating for social justice, or building generational wealth, having a purpose offers a sense of direction in times of uncertainty. Example: a young Black woman passionate about education might face numerous setbacks as she works to establish a nonprofit that serves underprivileged Black youth. Despite the financial and bureaucratic hurdles, her commitment to her vision keeps her going. She reminds herself that the work she's doing is not just about her success, but about creating opportunities for future generations. This sense of purpose fuels her resilience, allowing her to persist even when the challenges feel overwhelming. Practical application. Take time to reflect on your passions, values, and goals. What drives you? What impact do you want to have on your community or the world? By aligning your actions with a sense of purpose, you'll find that setbacks become easier to navigate, as they are just part of the journey toward fulfilling your larger mission. Building resilience in the face of adversity is not a one-time achievement. It is a lifelong practice. For young Black women and men, the challenges are real, but so is the capacity for greatness. By developing emotional awareness, reframing setbacks, building a support network, practicing self-care, and cultivating purpose, you can navigate life's difficulties with strength, grace, and determination. Resilience is not about never falling. It's about learning how to rise again and again with the knowledge that each challenge brings you one step closer to your full potential. Chapter 6. The Power of Unity. In a world where systemic racism and oppression continue to shape the lives of Black women and men, the role of community is vital, perhaps more now than ever. The strength, resilience, and survival of Black people have long been rooted in community. Historically, it has been the source of healing, advocacy, and collective action in the face of seemingly insurmountable systemic barriers. The power of community goes beyond mere social connection. It represents a lifeline for emotional support, political mobilization, and economic empowerment. For Black women and men, navigating a world shaped by centuries of racial, economic, and social injustice, community offers both protection and power, a force that can uplift individuals and push back against the systems designed to oppress them. In order to understand the importance of community in overcoming systemic challenges, it is crucial to explore how communities have historically functioned as safe spaces, engines for change, and incubators for resilience. The lessons learned from the collective struggles and victories of Black communities provide essential insights for those continuing the fight for justice today. Black communities have long been at the heart of resistance movements in America, starting as far back as slavery. During slavery, Black people created their own systems of communication, culture, and mutual aid, often in secret, to preserve their humanity and resist the dehumanizing forces of enslavement. Enslaved Africans forged communal bonds through shared traditions, religion, and storytelling. These were essential in maintaining a sense of identity, despite being stripped of their cultural roots. Post-slavery, during the Black Codes and Jim Crow era, community continued to be a critical tool for survival. Segregation forced Black people to develop their own schools, churches, businesses, and social institutions. In places like Tulsa's Greenwood District, famously known as Black Wall Street, Black communities thrived economically, socially, and culturally, despite the systemic racism that kept them isolated from mainstream society. Black communities created opportunities for advancement in a world that actively sought to keep them marginalized. But they didn't do it alone. They relied on each other, on their collective resources, and on their shared belief in the power of self-determination. This legacy of community building is critical to understanding the resilience of Black people in the face of systemic oppression. Communities of care, mutual aid, and empowerment are not just byproducts of adversity. They are the engines of progress, that Black people have relied on for centuries. The psychological toll of systemic racism is real, whether through daily microaggressions, economic disparities, or the ongoing threat of police violence. Black people in America endure constant emotional strain. The community then becomes a place of refuge, a space where shared experiences create understanding, empathy, and support. For young Black women and men who often face isolation in predominantly white institutions or workplaces, community offers validation that their struggles are real, that they are not alone in their experiences, and that their pain matters. In times of grief or crisis, such as the police killings of unarmed Black people, community spaces have historically provided places for collective mourning, healing, and action. For example, after the killing of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, Black communities across the country mobilized to demand justice, not just for Brown, but for the many Black men, women, and children whose lives were lost to state violence. These movements were not merely about protest, they were about healing. The shared grief of the community became a source of strength, fueling national movements like Black Lives Matter, which continued to push for systemic change. In a practical sense, young Black women and men can build resilience by actively seeking out communities of support, whether it's through Black student unions, professional networks, or church groups. These communities provide a sense of belonging that is often missing in spaces dominated by whiteness. Surrounding oneself with people who share similar struggles and who can offer empathy, encouragement, and guidance is crucial in building the emotional fortitude needed to face systemic challenges. Systemic challenges often manifest in the form of economic disenfranchisement as Black people continue to face wage gaps, limited access to capital, and high unemployment rates compared to their white counterparts. Community, however, has long been a source of economic empowerment for Black people. Historically, Black-owned businesses, credit unions, and mutual aid societies have been vital in creating economic opportunities within Black communities, especially when access to mainstream financial institutions was denied. The concept of collective economics, often referred to as ujamaa in Swahili, has played a central role in Black communities. It is rooted in the idea that economic strength comes from pooling resources and supporting Black-owned businesses. This approach not only fosters individual financial independence, but also builds wealth within the community. Today, we see the resurgence of this principle in movements that promote buying Black, investing in Black-owned businesses, and building Black wealth. For young Black individuals, participating in these initiatives is not just about personal economic gain, it's about contributing to the financial health of the entire community. By investing in Black-owned businesses or starting their own enterprises, they help break the cycles of economic dependency that have historically kept Black communities marginalized. Example: a young Black entrepreneur might choose to create a startup aimed at solving a problem specific to the Black community. Whether it's creating products designed for natural Black hair or developing a tech platform that connects Black professionals. By drawing on community support through crowdfunding, mentorship, or partnerships with other Black-owned businesses, the entrepreneur not only builds personal wealth, but also creates opportunities for others in the community to succeed. The fight against systemic oppression has always required collective action. From the civil rights movement to today's Black Lives Matter movement, community organizing has been at the forefront of challenging unjust systems. Political advocacy, especially when done in coalition with other marginalized groups, has created significant social and legal changes. Young Black Americans can learn from these movements by recognizing that the power to change systems often comes from grassroots organizing and collective action. The legacy of leaders like Ella Baker, who emphasized the importance of community-based leadership in the civil rights movement, teaches us that systemic change does not happen in isolation. It happens when communities come together to push for political, legal, and social reforms. In today's political climate, community continues to be a driving force for change, whether it's advocating for police reform, voting rights, or educational equity. The Black community remains a critical voice in demanding justice. Young Black women and men can play a pivotal role in these movements by staying politically engaged, joining advocacy groups, or running for local office. Community offers the resources, mentorship, and support needed to take on these leadership roles and push for the systemic changes that are desperately needed. Community is not just about survival, it's about growth and innovation. Black communities have always been spaces where creativity thrives. From the Harlem Renaissance to the rise of hip-hop culture, these spaces allow Black people to create, innovate, and build outside of the limitations imposed by systemic racism. They offer a sense of freedom and possibility that is often denied in mainstream society. Being part of a creative community, whether it's in the arts, sciences, or entrepreneurship, provides the opportunity to explore ideas, take risks, and grow in an environment that nurtures their full potential. These spaces encourage collaboration, mentorship, and the exchange of ideas, all of which are essential in overcoming the limitations imposed by systemic challenges. Example, a group of young Black artists in a major city might form a collective where they can share resources, host exhibitions, and support each other's work. This collective allows them to push the boundaries of creative expression while creating economic opportunities through their art. In this space, they are not defined by the limitations of systemic racism, but by their capacity for innovation and excellence. The importance of community in overcoming systemic challenges cannot be overstated. Whether it's through emotional support, economic empowerment, political advocacy, or creative innovation, Black communities have always been a source of strength and resilience. For young Black women and men, actively seeking out and building these communities is essential for navigating a world shaped by systemic oppression. In a society that continues to marginalize Black voices, community offers a space of refuge, empowerment, and possibility. It provides the tools needed to not only survive, but to thrive, to challenge and ultimately dismantle the systems that seek to hold Black people back. The power of community lies in its ability to turn collective struggle into collective action, creating a future where Black excellence is not the exception but the norm. Building and nurturing a supportive community is not only a critical task for individual survival and well-being, but it also holds immense power for collective liberation. Historically, Black communities have been foundational to resilience, resistance, and progress in the face of systemic oppression. From the Underground Railroad to the Civil Rights Movement to today's movements for Black lives, community has always been the lifeblood that sustains individuals in times of struggle and joy alike. In a world where systemic racism and discrimination still shape the everyday realities of Black women and men, creating and fostering supportive communities is vital. These spaces provide more than just solidarity. They offer practical resources, emotional support, and a sense of belonging that can uplift, inspire, and empower. The challenge, however, is knowing how to build and maintain these spaces, particularly when so many of the structures around us are designed to fragment and isolate. The question becomes, how can we build and nurture these supportive communities in ways that are meaningful, sustainable, and empowering? Let's explore practical advice on how young Black women and men can create, strengthen, and sustain the kinds of communities that not only support them, but push them toward collective growth and transformation. Start with intentionality. Building a supportive community doesn't happen by chance. It requires intentionality. To create a space where people can feel supported, valued, and understood, it's important to begin with a clear sense of purpose. What is the vision for your community? What are the shared goals or values that will bind this group together? Whether it's a community based around a shared cultural identity, a professional network, or a social justice initiative, having a common purpose helps to create a foundation of trust and solidarity. Intentionality also means being deliberate about the kinds of people you invite into your space. A supportive community isn't just about bringing people together. It's about fostering an environment where everyone feels safe to be themselves and can contribute meaningfully to the group's mission. This often means being mindful of the dynamics of power and privilege within the group and working to ensure that everyone has a voice. Example, a group of young Black professionals might come together with the intention of creating a network where they can share resources, mentorship, and job opportunities. By being clear about the group's goals and ensuring that it remains an inclusive and supportive space, they can build a network that not only provides professional growth, but also emotional and social support. Practical application. When creating a community, start with a clear mission statement. Discuss the group's purpose with potential members and outline the values that will guide the community's interactions. This shared vision will help to keep the group aligned and focused on its goals. Foster open communication. One of the cornerstones of any supportive community is open, honest communication. Without it, misunderstandings fester, trust erodes, and the community's foundation weakens. Creating a space where people feel comfortable expressing their thoughts, feelings, and concerns is essential for maintaining a healthy and supportive environment. For young Black people, open communication often means creating a space where they can speak freely about their experiences with racism, discrimination, and other systemic challenges without fear of judgment or dismissal. It means acknowledging the pain that often accompanies these experiences and allowing space for healing and growth. A supportive community is one where everyone's voice is valued and everyone's story is heard. Example, a group of Black students at a predominantly white university may form a support group where they can talk openly about their experiences with microaggressions, cultural isolation, and the pressures of academic life. By creating a space where they can share their stories and listen to one another with empathy, they build a community that offers not only emotional support, but also practical advice for navigating these challenges. Practical application. In any community, make sure there are regular opportunities for open dialogue. Whether it's through weekly check-ins, group meetings, or even informal gatherings, providing space for people to voice their concerns and share their experiences is key to maintaining trust and solidarity. Provide mutual support and accountability. A supportive community is one that operates on the principle of mutual aid, where members not only receive support, but actively give it as well. It's a space where people lift each other up, share resources, and hold one another accountable to their goals. Mutual support means recognizing that we are all stronger together and that by helping each other, we ultimately help ourselves. For young Black women and men, mutual support might take the form of sharing job opportunities, offering mentorship, or providing emotional support during difficult times. It's about recognizing that success is not a zero-sum game, that there's enough room for everyone to thrive, and by lifting up others, we strengthen the entire community. Example: a group of Black entrepreneurs might come together to share business strategies, pool resources, and offer advice on overcoming challenges in a predominantly white business world. By supporting one another's ventures, they create a network of accountability and encouragement that helps each member succeed. Practical application: create systems of mutual support within your community. This could be through regular skill sharing sessions, mentorship programs, or resource exchanges. Ensure that the community functions on the principle that everyone has something to give and something to gain. Create safe spaces for healing and growth. One of the most powerful aspects of a supportive community is its ability to provide a safe space for healing. For Black women and men, navigating a world that often feels hostile and exclusionary takes a toll on mental and emotional well-being. A supportive community offers a refuge, a space where people can heal from the trauma of systemic racism, discrimination, and daily microaggressions. Creating a safe space means being intentional about the environment you cultivate. It means recognizing that everyone comes to the community with different experiences, levels of privilege, and vulnerabilities, and making sure that these differences are respected and honored. It also means addressing conflict in a healthy, constructive way, rather than allowing it to fester. Example: a Black mental health collective might create a space where young Black women and men can gather to talk about the mental health challenges they face, such as dealing with the emotional toll of racism or navigating anxiety in the workplace. By offering workshops, therapy sessions, and peer support groups, this collective creates a space where healing can take place. Practical application: ensure that your community has built-in mechanisms for addressing conflict and promoting healing. This could be through restorative justice practices, conflict resolution training, or simply creating a culture where people feel safe to express their vulnerabilities without fear of judgment. Sustain the community with consistency and care. Building a supportive community is only the first step. The real challenge is in sustaining it over time. A community that is nurtured with consistency and care will grow and thrive, but one that is neglected will eventually fall apart. To maintain a supportive community, it's important to create systems of consistency, regular meetings, check-ins, and opportunities for connection that keep the group engaged and invested. Consistency doesn't mean rigidity. A supportive community must also be flexible and adaptive to the changing needs of its members. It's about finding a balance between structure and fluidity, ensuring that the community remains a dynamic space where people feel supported and valued. Example: a Black women's empowerment group might hold monthly meetings where members come together to discuss personal and professional growth. The group ensures that these meetings are consistent, but also remains open to changing formats or topics based on the evolving needs of its members. Practical application. Create a schedule for regular community gatherings or events that people can rely on. At the same time, be open to feedback and willing to adapt the community's practices as needed to ensure that it remains a supportive and nurturing space. Building and nurturing a supportive community is not an easy task, but it is one of the most powerful ways to overcome the systemic challenges faced by Black women and men. By starting with intentionality, fostering open communication, providing mutual support, creating safe spaces for healing, and sustaining the community with consistency and care, young Black people can create the kinds of communities that not only support them in their individual journeys, but also push them toward collective growth and transformation. The power of a supportive community lies in its ability to provide both refuge and strength, a place where people can come to heal, but also a place where they are challenged to grow. In a world that often seeks to isolate and divide, these communities become spaces of resistance, resilience, and empowerment. One need only look at the history of the Black struggle in America to understand the profound impact collective action has had on our communities. During the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, it wasn't just the work of leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X that shifted the political landscape. It was the collective action of everyday people who marched, organized, and risked their lives in the fight for equality. The Montgomery bus boycott, for example, wasn't just a spontaneous protest, but a carefully organized campaign of sustained resistance. Over 40,000 Black citizens in Montgomery, Alabama, refused to ride the buses for 381 days. Their collective action crippled the city's transportation system and led to the Supreme Court ruling that segregation on public buses was unconstitutional. This was the power of collective action, ordinary people coming together to resist systemic injustice. The same is true for other movements throughout history, whether it was the Black Panther Party's efforts to provide community services like free breakfasts and health clinics, or the organizing of labor unions by Black workers seeking fair wages and working conditions. In each case, individual efforts were amplified by the strength of collective action. Modern-day collective action, Black Lives Matter. In recent years, we've seen collective action take center stage once again through movements like Black Lives Matter, BLM. Sparked by the tragic deaths of Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Eric Garner, and countless others, BLM has become a global movement advocating for justice and the dismantling of systemic racism, particularly in policing. What began as a hashtag has grown into a powerful network of activists and allies demanding accountability from law enforcement, pushing for legislative reform, and bringing attention to the persistent racial inequalities that plague our society. What makes BLM so impactful is its decentralized nature. It is not about a single leader or figurehead. Instead, it is about a collective of voices, each contributing to the larger mission of racial justice. This horizontal structure allows for a diversity of approaches and strategies, from peaceful protests to policy advocacy, all working toward a common goal. By emphasizing the importance of community involvement and decentralized leadership, BLM empowers local chapters to take action in ways that best address the unique needs of their communities. Example for young Black people. A young Black woman or man who feels disempowered in the face of systemic racism can find strength in the collective. joining local BLM or NAACP chapters, participating in protests, or even starting their own advocacy initiatives in their community allows them to connect with others who share their vision for change. By working collectively, they can amplify their impact, whether it's by organizing voter registration drives, advocating for police accountability measures, or pushing for economic justice in Black communities. Economic collective action, the Buy Black movement. Beyond social and political change, collective action can also drive economic empowerment. One way that Black communities have historically and continue to build economic power is through movements like Buy Black. By collectively supporting Black-owned businesses, the Black community can strengthen its economic base and create a sustainable cycle of wealth within the community. The Buy Black movement encourages individuals to shift their spending habits to support businesses that invest in the economic and social well-being of Black communities. This form of collective economic action allows for a redistribution of wealth and power, disrupting the cycles of economic disenfranchisement that have historically limited opportunities for Black entrepreneurs. In cities like Atlanta and Detroit, where the Buy Black movement has gained traction, we see thriving ecosystems of Black businesses, from restaurants to tech startups, all benefiting from the collective economic support of the community. Example, for young Black entrepreneurs, a young Black woman interested in starting her own business could tap into this existing ecosystem. By joining a network of Black-owned businesses, she can benefit from the support of her community, not just in terms of customers, but also in terms of mentorship, resources, and collaborative partnerships. In this way, collective action helps her to succeed, while also contributing to the broader goal of economic empowerment for the entire Black community. Another area where collective action has been instrumental in creating change is education. Historically, Black communities have had to fight for access to quality education. From the desegregation of schools following Brown v. Board of Education to today's battles over equitable funding and representation in educational institutions. Collective action has played a crucial role in pushing for these changes, whether through lawsuits, protests, or the establishment of independent schools and educational programs. Today, many young Black women and men are creating and participating in educational initiatives that center on Black excellence. These programs focus not only on academic achievement, but also on cultural education and identity development, recognizing that success in education is not just about grades, but also about understanding one's place in the world and the systems that shape it. Example for students and educators. A group of Black students at a predominantly white university might organize to form an affinity group or a Black student union. This space becomes a source of collective empowerment where students can share resources, advocate for more inclusive curricula, and push for institutional changes that address the unique challenges faced by Black students. In this way, collective action helps to create educational spaces that are more supportive and empowering for Black students, fostering both academic and personal growth. While collective action is powerful, it is also emotionally and physically demanding. Sustaining movements over time requires not only strategic planning and mobilization, but also a focus on the well-being of those involved. The toll of fighting systemic injustice can lead to burnout, exhaustion, and emotional trauma, especially for Black women and men who are already navigating the stress of racism in their everyday lives. To sustain collective action, it's essential that activists and community members prioritize self-care and the well-being of their collective. This includes creating spaces for healing, rest, and reflection, and ensuring that the burden of organizing and activism is shared equitably among members. This type of intentionality is necessary for the long-term success of any movement. Example for activists. Young Black individuals involved in activism might create wellness initiatives within their organizations or movements, such as mental health support groups, healing circles, or designated rest periods for activists. By integrating self-care into the fabric of the movement, they ensure that collective action can be sustained over the long haul without sacrificing the well-being of the individuals driving the change. Collective action has always been and continues to be a critical driver of social change. For young Black women and men, tapping into this power means recognizing that they do not have to fight their battles alone. By coming together, whether through activism, economic initiatives, or educational reform, Black communities can continue to push for the systemic changes that are necessary to create a more just and equitable society. Collective action is not just about resistance. It is about building something new, a future where Black lives are valued, where opportunities are accessible, and where justice is not just a dream, but a reality. Chapter 7: The Art of Resistance. Activism and Advocacy. Throughout history, collective action has been the cornerstone of social change, especially in marginalized communities. For Black Americans, collective action has been an essential tool in confronting systemic racism, securing civil rights, and demanding justice. The power of the group, the combined efforts of individuals committed to a shared cause, has propelled movements forward, challenging entrenched systems of oppression. From the civil rights movement to Black Lives Matter, collective action has been a source of strength, resilience, and change. For young Black women and men today, understanding the importance of collective action is not just about looking to the past, but also about harnessing that same power to confront the modern manifestations of systemic injustice. It is about realizing that while individual effort is important, real transformative change happens when people come together, pool their resources, and mobilize their efforts toward a common goal. This is how systems shift, how policies are reformed, and how justice becomes more than just a dream. The same is true for other movements throughout history, whether it was the Black Panther Party's efforts to provide community services like free breakfasts and health clinics, or the organizing of labor unions by Black workers seeking fair wages and working conditions. In each case, individual efforts were amplified by the strength of collective action. To understand the importance of economic empowerment for Black Americans today, we must first acknowledge the historical roots of economic disempowerment. Slavery, Black codes, Jim Crow laws, redlining, and discriminatory practices in employment and housing all contributed to a system that sought to limit Black wealth-building opportunities. Even during Reconstruction, when newly freed Black people were promised 40 acres and a mule, those promises were quickly revoked, leaving Black Americans without the land or resources they needed to build economic independence. The rise of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and other similar communities across the United States demonstrated the power of collective Black economic action. In these communities, Black businesses thrived, creating a self-sustaining ecosystem that provided goods, services, and employment opportunities to Black residents. However, the destruction of these communities, most notably in the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921, revealed the extent to which white supremacist systems were determined to prevent Black economic independence. Despite these setbacks, the legacy of Black Wall Street and other similar efforts remains an inspiration for modern-day economic empowerment. Example for young Black entrepreneurs. The history of Black Wall Street serves as a powerful reminder of what is possible when Black communities come together to support one another economically. Today, young Black entrepreneurs can build on this legacy by creating businesses that not only generate wealth for themselves, but also uplift their communities. By supporting other Black-owned businesses, reinvesting in local communities, and mentoring the next generation of Black entrepreneurs, young Black women and men can contribute to a new era of economic empowerment. One of the most critical aspects of economic empowerment is ownership. Whether it's owning a business, property, or stocks, ownership gives individuals control over their economic destiny. In a system that has historically denied Black people access to ownership, whether through discriminatory lending practices, housing segregation, or wage disparities, taking ownership becomes a revolutionary act. Home ownership, for example, has long been one of the most effective ways to build generational wealth. However, due to redlining and other discriminatory housing practices, Black families have historically been shut out of the housing market, resulting in a significant wealth gap between Black and white families. In 2020, the home ownership rate for Black Americans was 44.1%, compared to 74.5% for white Americans. This gap represents not just a disparity in housing, but also a disparity in access to wealth-building opportunities. Example for young Black homebuyers. For young Black women and men, becoming a homeowner is one of the most powerful ways to build wealth and secure financial independence. While the barriers to homeownership are real, there are resources available to help Black first-time homebuyers navigate the process. By seeking out homebuyer education programs, working with real estate agents who are committed to fair housing practices, and advocating for policies that address the racial wealth gap, young Black people can take control of their financial futures and begin to build generational wealth. One of the most significant barriers to economic empowerment is the lack of access to financial literacy. Without a strong foundation in financial knowledge, individuals are more vulnerable to predatory lending practices, debt traps, and financial instability. For too long, financial literacy has been treated as a privilege rather than a right, leaving many Black Americans without the tools they need to navigate the financial system successfully. Financial literacy encompasses a wide range of topics, from budgeting and saving to investing and retirement planning. It also includes understanding credit scores, managing debt, and learning how to build wealth over time. For young Black women and men, becoming financially literate is an essential step toward achieving true independence. It allows them to make informed decisions about their money, avoid common financial pitfalls, and take advantage of opportunities to grow their wealth. Example for young Black adults. A young Black woman entering the workforce for the first time might feel overwhelmed by the financial decisions she faces, whether it's choosing a retirement plan, paying off student loans, or saving for a down payment on a house. By seeking out financial education resources, whether through community programs, online courses, or mentorship, she can begin to build her financial literacy and take control of her financial future. This knowledge will not only benefit her personally, but also allow her to share her knowledge with others in her community, contributing to collective economic empowerment. Entrepreneurship has long been a powerful tool for economic empowerment in the Black community. By creating and owning businesses, Black entrepreneurs can generate wealth, create jobs, and provide much-needed goods and services to underserved communities. Entrepreneurship also offers an alternative to the traditional corporate ladder, where Black professionals often face barriers to advancement due to systemic racism and discrimination. In recent years, we've seen a resurgence of Black entrepreneurship, driven in part by the rise of social media and the increasing availability of online platforms that make it easier to start and grow a business. Black entrepreneurs are using these tools to create everything from beauty products to tech startups. And in doing so, they are not only building wealth for themselves, but also contributing to the economic vitality of their communities. Example for aspiring Black entrepreneurs. A young Black man with a passion for technology might decide to start his own app development company. By leveraging his skills and using online platforms to market his business, he can reach a global audience and generate revenue. At the same time, he can use his business to create job opportunities for other young Black tech professionals, contributing to the economic empowerment of his community. While individual efforts toward economic empowerment are important, collective action is equally critical. Collective economics, or cooperative economics, is the practice of pooling resources within a community to create shared wealth. This approach has deep roots in Black history, from the mutual aid societies of the Reconstruction era to the cooperative businesses of the Civil Rights Movement. Today, collective economics remains a powerful tool for building wealth in Black communities. By working together, Black communities can create financial institutions, investment groups, and cooperative businesses that provide economic opportunities for all. These collective efforts not only build wealth, but also strengthen the social fabric of the community, creating a sense of solidarity and shared purpose. Example for Black communities. A group of young Black professionals might come together to form an investment group, pooling their resources to invest in real estate or start a business. By working together, they can take on larger projects than they could individually, increasing their potential for financial success. At the same time, they are building a network of support that will help them navigate the challenges of entrepreneurship and wealth building. Economic empowerment is not just about individual wealth. It's about building the collective strength and independence of Black communities. For young Black women and men, taking control of their financial futures through homeownership, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and collective economics is a powerful way to achieve true independence. By empowering themselves economically, they are not only securing their own futures, but also contributing to the economic resilience of their communities. The road to economic independence is not easy, especially in a system that has long been designed to exclude and exploit Black people. But by building on the legacy of those who came before us and using the tools available today, young Black women and men can create a future where economic empowerment is not just a dream, but a reality. True independence, both personal and collective, begins with economic autonomy. Economic empowerment, particularly through the support of Black-owned businesses and the building of generational wealth, has long been viewed as a cornerstone for achieving true independence and equity in America. For Black women and men, building generational wealth isn't just about accumulating resources. It's about creating sustainable financial security that can be passed down, opening doors of opportunity for future generations. The concept of generational wealth isn't new, but it's one that many Black families have historically been excluded from due to systemic barriers like redlining, wage disparities, and lack of access to capital. Supporting Black-owned businesses and taking steps to build generational wealth are more than just personal financial strategies. They are also acts of resistance against the economic structures that have historically marginalized Black communities. By focusing on collective economic empowerment and long-term wealth-building strategies, young Black women and men can help close the racial wealth gap and create a more equitable future. Supporting Black-owned businesses is an essential strategy for building generational wealth, not just for individual families, but for entire communities. Black-owned businesses are more than just economic entities. They are pillars of the community that provide jobs, foster local economic development, and serve as hubs for cultural and social engagement. When Black businesses thrive, they reinvest in their communities, creating opportunities for others to do the same. Historically, Black communities have been systemically shut out of wealth-building opportunities, whether through exclusionary policies like redlining or the destruction of prosperous Black business districts, such as the Tulsa Race Massacre in 1921. Supporting Black-owned businesses today is a way to combat these historical wrongs and create pathways to economic independence. When you support a Black-owned business, you are doing more than just making a purchase. You are investing in the economic vitality of the community. This investment helps to close the racial wealth gap, ensuring that more wealth is circulated within the community rather than flowing out to large non-Black-owned corporations. Every dollar spent at a Black-owned business is a dollar that contributes to job creation, community development, and generational wealth. Example for young Black consumers. A young Black man might decide to make a conscious effort to support Black-owned businesses in his community by using apps like Official Black Wall Street or We Buy Black, which highlight Black-owned businesses across various industries, whether it's buying everyday essentials, getting a haircut, or eating at a local restaurant. He prioritizes businesses that reflect his values and contribute to the financial health of his community. By making this intentional choice, he becomes part of a larger movement of economic empowerment and racial justice. There are several practical strategies that individuals can use to support Black-owned businesses, both locally and online. Conscious consumerism. One of the most straightforward ways to support Black-owned businesses is by being intentional about where you spend your money. This means taking the time to research Black-owned businesses in your community and making an effort to prioritize them when making purchases. Conscious consumerism isn't just about convenience. It's about aligning your spending habits with your values. Word of mouth and social media advocacy. Promoting Black-owned businesses doesn't always require spending money. Simply spreading the word, whether through social media, word of mouth, or online reviews, can help amplify the visibility of Black businesses. For example, a young Black woman might post on her Instagram story about a positive experience she had at a Black-owned boutique, encouraging her friends and followers to check it out. In today's digital age, social media advocacy can be just as powerful as financial support. Supporting Black-owned e-commerce. In addition to local businesses, there are countless Black-owned businesses operating online. Supporting these businesses not only boosts their revenue, but also helps create a more inclusive digital economy. From clothing brands to beauty products, Black entrepreneurs are increasingly leveraging e-commerce platforms to reach global audiences. By shopping Black online, individuals can help these businesses scale and grow, ultimately contributing to generational wealth-building efforts. Example, for aspiring entrepreneurs, a young Black woman interested in starting her own business might look to Black e-commerce pioneers for inspiration. By studying successful Black-owned businesses on platforms like Etsy or Shopify, she can learn valuable lessons about branding, marketing, and customer engagement, giving her the tools she needs to succeed in the online marketplace. Building generational wealth beyond consumption. Supporting Black-owned businesses is a critical part of economic empowerment, but building generational wealth requires more than just spending wisely. It also requires investing wisely. Generational wealth refers to financial assets that are passed down from one generation to the next, creating long-term economic stability and opportunity. For many Black families, this type of wealth has been historically out of reach due to systemic barriers like lack of access to homeownership, higher education, and capital for business investment. But by focusing on strategies that create lasting value, young Black women and men can begin to build the foundations of generational wealth. Home ownership. Owning a home is one of the most effective ways to build generational wealth, as homes tend to appreciate in value over time. However, the legacy of redlining and discriminatory lending practices has left many Black families without access to homeownership. Today, young Black homebuyers can take steps to build wealth by seeking out first-time homebuyer programs, working with real estate agents who understand the unique challenges faced by Black buyers, and prioritizing long-term financial planning. Home ownership not only provides financial security, but also offers an asset that can be passed down to future generations. Investing in stocks and bonds. Another key strategy for building generational wealth is investing in the stock market. While investing can seem intimidating, it's one of the most effective ways to grow wealth over time. Many Black families have historically been excluded from the stock market due to a lack of access to financial education and resources. But today, there are countless online platforms and financial advisors who specialize in helping Black investors navigate the market. By investing even small amounts of money consistently over time, young Black investors can take advantage of compound interest and create a portfolio that builds wealth for future generations. Example, for young investors. A young Black man might open a brokerage account and begin investing a small portion of his income in low-cost index funds or individual stocks. Over time, he consistently adds to his portfolio, taking advantage of long-term growth opportunities. By doing this, he is not only building wealth for himself, but also creating a financial foundation that can be passed down to his children and grandchildren. Life insurance and estate planning. Building generational wealth also involves planning for the future. Life insurance policies and estate planning tools like wills and trusts ensure that wealth can be transferred smoothly to the next generation. Unfortunately, many Black families have been historically underinsured, leaving future generations without the financial security they need. By taking steps to secure life insurance and create an estate plan, young Black women and men can ensure that their financial assets are protected and passed down efficiently. Example for estate planning. A young Black couple might decide to meet with a financial planner to create an estate plan that includes life insurance, a will, and a trust. By doing this, they ensure that their children will inherit financial assets without the burden of navigating complicated legal processes. This proactive approach not only protects their wealth, but also sets the stage for future generations to build on their success. Entrepreneurship has long been a powerful tool for economic empowerment in the Black community. Owning a business allows individuals to control their economic destiny, create jobs, and contribute to the economic vitality of their communities. However, Black entrepreneurs often face significant challenges in accessing the capital, networks, and resources needed to start and scale their businesses. To overcome these barriers, young Black entrepreneurs can take steps to build wealth through entrepreneurship by leveraging the power of technology, seeking out mentorship, and joining networks of Black entrepreneurs who are committed to collective success. Additionally, platforms like crowdfunding and peer-to-peer lending have opened up new avenues for accessing capital, allowing Black entrepreneurs to bypass traditional financial institutions that have historically been exclusionary. Example, for aspiring entrepreneurs. A young Black woman interested in starting a business might join a Black entrepreneurship incubator program that provides mentorship, access to capital, and networking opportunities. By building relationships with other Black entrepreneurs and leveraging the resources available through the incubator, she can navigate the challenges of entrepreneurship more effectively and create a business that generates wealth for her family and community. Supporting Black-owned businesses and building generational wealth are critical strategies for achieving economic independence and closing the racial wealth gap. For young Black women and men, these strategies offer practical pathways to financial empowerment, creating opportunities not only for themselves, but for future generations. By investing in Black-owned businesses, prioritizing financial literacy, and focusing on long-term wealth-building strategies, Black communities can take control of their economic futures and build a foundation of prosperity that lasts for generations. Economic empowerment is not just about individual success. It is about collective liberation. Every dollar spent at a Black-owned business, every home purchased, and every investment made contributes to a larger vision of economic justice and equity. Through intentional action and long-term planning, young Black women and men can be at the forefront of a movement that creates true financial independence and generational wealth for the entire Black community. The conversation about liberation, self-determination, and independence in Black communities is incomplete without addressing the critical role of financial literacy and collective economic action. The systemic barriers that have consistently shut Black women and men out of economic opportunities, ranging from redlining to wage disparities to predatory lending practices, make financial empowerment not just an individual responsibility, but a collective imperative. Financial literacy, at its core, is about understanding how to manage and grow wealth. It includes knowledge about budgeting, saving, investing, debt management, and understanding how economic systems operate in both personal and societal contexts. Yet, for many in the Black community, financial literacy has often been inaccessible, not by choice, but due to structural inequalities. Schools in predominantly Black neighborhoods are often underfunded, leading to limited access to robust financial education, and systemic discrimination in banking and lending leaves Black individuals vulnerable to exploitative financial practices. At the same time, the power of collective economic action cannot be overstated. From the cooperative economics of the civil rights era to the more recent Buy Black movements, collective action has served as a way for Black communities to pool resources, build wealth, and invest in their future. The success of Black-owned businesses and cooperative enterprises rests on the foundation of community support and a shared vision for economic justice. Financial literacy is not just about accumulating wealth for personal security. It's a vital tool for challenging the systemic economic inequities that Black communities have faced for generations. Without financial literacy, individuals are more vulnerable to cycles of debt, economic exploitation, and financial instability. But with financial literacy, Black women and men can become empowered to make informed decisions, build wealth, and invest in their futures in ways that push back against those historical barriers. Financial literacy includes understanding how to build and maintain good credit, navigate loans and mortgages, and invest in assets like real estate and the stock market. It's also about developing a long-term perspective on wealth, recognizing that generational wealth is built over time through a combination of sound financial management, investments, and strategic planning. Example, for young Black adults. A young Black woman entering the workforce for the first time might feel overwhelmed by the financial decisions she faces, whether it's paying off student loans, navigating retirement savings plans, or building an emergency fund. Through financial literacy programs available online or in her community, she can learn to budget her income, invest wisely, and manage her debts in ways that contribute to long-term financial stability. This knowledge doesn't just serve her in the short term, it sets her on a path to building generational wealth. Practical steps for incorporation. Young Black women and men can start by seeking out financial education resources tailored to their specific needs. This could include online courses, community workshops, or even mentorship from financially literate individuals. By making financial literacy a priority early in life, they can avoid common financial pitfalls, save and invest wisely, and contribute to the economic empowerment of their communities. The role of collective economic action. While financial literacy equips individuals with the knowledge to manage their personal finances, collective economic action amplifies that power by leveraging community resources and networks. Collective economic action refers to the practice of pooling resources within a community to achieve shared economic goals. This approach has deep roots in Black history, from mutual aid societies to cooperative businesses and collective investment strategies. It's about recognizing that our financial success is interconnected, that by working together, we can create opportunities that wouldn't be possible alone. Collective economic action allows Black communities to build and sustain wealth in ways that counteract systemic exclusion from traditional economic systems. Whether it's through supporting Black-owned businesses, participating in investment cooperatives, or creating community land trusts, collective economic action creates a buffer against economic exploitation and builds long-term resilience. Example of collective action. A group of young Black entrepreneurs might come together to form a cooperative investment fund, pooling their money to invest in real estate or other ventures. By working together, they can access opportunities that would be out of reach individually, and they can reinvest their profits into their own businesses or into their community. This collective effort not only builds wealth for the participants, but also contributes to the broader goal of economic justice for the community as a whole. Practical steps for incorporation. Collective economic action begins with building trust and aligning on shared values within the community. Young Black women and men can start by forming investment clubs, supporting local Black-owned businesses, or even organizing community discussions around financial literacy and cooperative economics. These collective efforts not only strengthen individual financial standing, but also contribute to the economic empowerment of the entire community. Economic empowerment doesn't happen in a vacuum. It is deeply tied to political and social activism, as the fight for economic justice often involves challenging the systems and structures that perpetuate economic inequality. Activism, in this context, becomes a critical tool for pushing back against the policies and practices that have long denied Black communities access to wealth-building opportunities. Throughout history, Black activists have recognized the importance of economic justice as a central pillar in the broader fight for racial equality. The civil rights movement, for instance, was not just about securing voting rights and ending segregation. It was also about demanding economic opportunity and fairness. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Poor People's Campaign, launched in 1968, sought to address the economic inequalities that persisted even as civil rights gains were being made. This campaign recognized that true freedom required economic security and access to jobs, housing, and education. Example, for young Black activists. A young Black man interested in economic justice might become involved in local activism focused on fair housing practices, advocating for policies that prevent predatory lending and gentrification in Black neighborhoods. By combining his activism with his financial literacy, he can work to both educate his community and push for systemic changes that will make wealth-building opportunities more accessible to Black families. Practical steps for incorporation. Young Black activists can incorporate financial literacy into their activism by organizing workshops, partnering with financial educators, and advocating for policies that address the racial wealth gap. By blending activism with economic empowerment, they can create a movement that not only challenges systemic oppression, but also provides practical tools for overcoming it. Financial literacy can also serve as a powerful tool in the fight for social justice. By equipping individuals with the knowledge and skills to navigate the financial system, activists can help dismantle the economic barriers that keep Black communities marginalized. For example, financial literacy can help individuals avoid the traps of predatory lending and payday loans, which disproportionately target Black communities. It can also provide the knowledge necessary to invest in Black-owned businesses, create generational wealth, and build financial security. Activism around financial literacy might involve advocating for financial education programs in schools, organizing community financial workshops, or pushing for policies that provide greater access to banking services in underserved communities. The goal is to create a system where financial literacy is not just a privilege, but a right, where everyone has the tools they need to build wealth and achieve economic independence. Example for community organizers. A young Black woman organizing a local economic justice initiative might partner with financial educators to provide free workshops on budgeting, credit repair, and investing. These workshops not only provide practical financial tools, but also serve as a form of resistance against the economic systems that have long exploited Black communities. Practical steps for incorporation. Young Black women and men can begin by advocating for financial literacy programs in their schools and communities, organizing workshops and events that provide practical financial tools. They can also push for policies that increase access to fair financial services, such as expanding access to low-interest loans and affordable housing. Financial literacy, collective economic action, and activism are not separate pursuits. They are interconnected strategies that, when combined, have the power to drive real, lasting social change. For young Black women and men, the importance of understanding how to navigate the financial system is clear. But more than that, they must also recognize the power of collective action and activism in challenging the systemic barriers that continue to hold their communities back. By becoming financially literate, supporting Black-owned businesses, and participating in collective economic efforts, young Black individuals can not only build wealth for themselves, but also contribute to the broader fight for economic justice and equality. When financial literacy is paired with collective action and activism, it becomes a tool for liberation, empowering individuals and communities to challenge and dismantle the systems that have long oppressed them. The path to true freedom is not just political, it is also economic, and it is through the combined efforts of financial literacy, collective economic action, and activism that Black communities can achieve the economic independence they deserve. Conclusion. The journey continues. Legacy is not just about how you want to be remembered. It's about the lasting impact you have on the world, your community, and the people around you. For Black women and men, legacy is often intertwined with the struggle for justice, equality, and empowerment, an ongoing battle that stretches back generations and continues today. The question of legacy asks us to consider: what mark will we leave on the world? How will our actions contribute to the broader narrative of liberation and resilience? Legacy building is not confined to grand gestures or monumental achievements. Instead, it's woven into the everyday decisions we make, the way we treat others, the causes we champion, the time we invest in our communities, and the work we do to dismantle systems of oppression. Reflecting on your legacy requires introspection, clarity of purpose, and an understanding of the collective struggles that have shaped your journey. As young Black women and men, thinking about your legacy is not an abstract exercise. It is a call to action. It's about understanding that your work, your relationships, and your community involvement are not just about today. They are about the future you are helping to create for generations to come. This reflection is an invitation to commit to a life that not only uplifts you, but also uplifts your community and contributes to the ongoing fight for justice and equality. One of the most tangible ways to build a lasting legacy is through your work. Whether you are an artist, educator, entrepreneur, activist, or professional in any field, your work can have a profound and lasting impact on the world around you. It's not just about the job you do. It's about the values you bring to that work and the way you use your position to challenge inequity, create opportunities, and inspire others. For many Black professionals, building a legacy through work means pushing back against the systems that have historically excluded us from positions of power, leadership, and influence. It means redefining success, not just in terms of personal achievement, but also in terms of how that achievement contributes to the upliftment of others. Example, for young Black professionals, a young Black woman in a corporate setting might use her position to mentor younger employees, advocate for diversity and inclusion within her company and ensure that Black voices are represented at the decision-making table. Her legacy is not just the promotions she earns or the accolades she receives. It's the impact she has on creating a more equitable workplace for those who come after her. Practical steps for incorporation. Building a legacy through your work starts with clarity of purpose. Take the time to reflect on the values that guide your professional life. Are you using your position to create opportunities for others? Are you advocating for fairness and equity in your industry? By aligning your work with your values, you can build a career that leaves a lasting impact, not just on you, but on the broader community. While work provides one avenue for building a legacy, community involvement is equally critical. The fight for justice, equality, and empowerment is a collective one, and the contributions we make to our communities have the power to shape the future in profound ways. Community involvement means investing time, energy, and resources into the spaces and people around you. It means recognizing that your legacy is not just about personal success, but about contributing to the collective well-being of your community. For Black people, community involvement often means addressing the systemic issues that disproportionately affect Black communities, whether it's economic inequality, mass incarceration, educational disparities, or healthcare inequities. It means showing up for your community in meaningful ways, whether through activism, volunteering, mentorship, or creating spaces for dialogue and healing. A young Black man passionate about social justice might decide to start a nonprofit organization that provides mentorship and support for young Black boys in underserved communities. By investing in the next generation, he is creating a legacy that will live on long after he is gone, a legacy of empowerment, mentorship, and resilience. Start by identifying the issues that matter most to you. What challenges does your community face, and how can you contribute to addressing them? Whether it's volunteering with a local organization, joining a community board, or organizing a grassroots movement, your involvement in your community is a powerful way to build a legacy of change. Our legacy is not just built through our work and community involvement. It's also reflected in the personal relationships we cultivate, the way we show up for the people in our lives. Our family, friends, colleagues, and peers leaves a lasting impression. Building a legacy through personal relationships means committing to being a source of support, encouragement, and empowerment for those around you. For Black women and men, personal relationships are often a source of resilience. Our families and communities have historically been the bedrock of our survival in the face of systemic oppression, and cultivating strong, healthy relationships is a way to continue that legacy of support. It's about showing up for others in the same way that those who came before us showed up for us. It's about lifting others as we climb, recognizing that our success is tied to the success of those around us. Example, for personal growth and relationships. A young Black woman who has benefited from mentorship in her career might choose to pay that forward by mentoring younger women in her field, offering guidance, support, and encouragement as they navigate the challenges of their careers. Her legacy is not just the work she does, but the impact she has on the lives of those she supports. Practical steps for incorporation. Take stock of the relationships in your life. Are you investing in them in meaningful ways? Are you showing up for the people who matter most to you? Building a legacy through personal relationships means being intentional about how you support, uplift, and empower others. Whether it's through mentorship, friendship, or family ties, your legacy is built on the impact you have on the lives of those around you. As we reflect on legacy, it's impossible to ignore the broader struggle for justice and equality that has shaped the Black experience in America. Our legacies are not just personal, they are collective. The fight for justice is ongoing, and each of us has a role to play in that fight. Whether through activism, advocacy, or simply raising awareness, we all have the power to contribute to the larger movement for change. For young Black people, this means recognizing that the work of building a successful life is inseparable from the work of challenging systemic oppression. It means understanding that your personal success is tied to the success of your community, and that the fight for justice requires both individual and collective action. Example for activism and advocacy. A young Black man who has experienced the criminal justice system's inequities firsthand might choose to become an advocate for criminal justice reform, working to dismantle the systems of mass incarceration that disproportionately affect Black men. His legacy is not just the changes he helps bring about in the legal system. It's the lives he touches through his advocacy and the hope he gives to those who have been marginalized. Practical steps for incorporation. Think about the causes that resonate with you. What injustices do you feel most passionate about addressing? Whether it's racial justice, economic inequality, or environmental activism. Your contribution to the fight for justice can take many forms. The key is to stay engaged, stay informed, and stay committed to making a difference. As you reflect on the legacy you want to leave, remember that your legacy is not just about the accomplishments you achieve. It's about the impact you have on the world around you. It's about how you use your work, your community involvement, and your personal relationships to contribute to something larger than yourself. Your legacy is built on the choices you make every day, the way you show up for others, the causes you fight for, and the values you uphold. For young Black women and men, building a legacy is about more than personal success. It's about contributing to the ongoing struggle for justice and equality, recognizing that our individual successes are intertwined with the collective success of our community. It's about lifting as we climb, ensuring that the doors we open for ourselves remain open for those who come after us. Your legacy is yours to shape. It's built on the foundation of those who came before you and the impact you choose to make on the world. So as you move forward in your journey, remember that the choices you make today will shape the future, not just for you, but for generations to come. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep fighting for the justice and equality that we all deserve. This is the legacy we are called to build, and the future we are empowered to create. As we bring this journey to a close, it's essential to recognize that the pursuit of growth, learning, and resilience is not a finite destination. It is a lifelong commitment. Navigating systemic oppression, striving for personal and professional success, and building a life rooted in justice, equity, and empowerment requires sustained effort. But within that effort lies profound possibility, the chance to shape your future, the future of your community, and to contribute to a broader movement for change. The challenges we face as Black people in America are deeply embedded in the fabric of this country, woven into the political, economic, and social systems that have historically excluded, exploited, and oppressed us. Yet, despite these barriers, We have consistently proven our capacity for resilience. We have thrived under conditions meant to break us. We have fought for justice in a world designed to deny us basic rights. And we have built thriving communities, institutions, and movements in the face of extraordinary adversity. This book has been about equipping you with tools for economic empowerment, strategies for building generational wealth, and lessons in resilience. But none of these tools or lessons will serve their full purpose without an understanding that the work is ongoing. Each of us, in our own unique way, plays a role in shaping the future. Whether you're an entrepreneur, an activist, a student, or a professional, your contributions to this larger movement for equity and justice matter. If there's one truth to hold on to, it's that learning is never done. Life will continue to present new challenges, some familiar, rooted in the deep-seated racism and oppression that has shaped American history, and others that are unprecedented as we navigate an ever-changing world. The key to resilience is recognizing that growth doesn't stop. When we reach a particular milestone, earn a degree, start a business, or achieve financial security. Growth is continuous, and it requires us to remain curious, adaptable, and open to new possibilities. For young Black women and men, this means consistently seeking knowledge, whether through formal education, personal study, or community engagement. It means learning from the generations that came before us, those who fought for civil rights, who survived the horrors of slavery and Jim Crow, and who paved the way for our current freedoms. But it also means looking to the future, embracing new ways of thinking, and evolving in response to the challenges we face. Practical example for continued learning. A young Black professional might choose to engage in ongoing financial education to ensure that they're always aware of new opportunities for building wealth, staying informed about changes in tax laws, or understanding how to navigate investments. By continuing to learn, they not only secure their own financial future, but also position themselves to share that knowledge with others in their community. The idea of resilience has been a central theme throughout this book, but it's important to recognize that resilience is not a one-time achievement, it's a practice. Systemic racism and oppression are not going away overnight. The work of dismantling these systems is ongoing, and it will require us to keep showing up, even when the road ahead seems long or uncertain. Resilience is about the ability to adapt, to recover from setbacks, and to keep pushing forward even in the face of overwhelming odds. It's about understanding that failure is part of the process, but that each failure teaches us something valuable, something that makes us stronger for the next fight. Whether you're fighting for justice in your community, navigating professional obstacles, or building a business that defies the odds, resilience will be the key to your success. Practical example for building resilience. A young Black entrepreneur who faces challenges securing funding for their business might experience rejection after rejection from banks or investors. But by staying resilient, seeking alternative funding sources, learning from each setback and maintaining a long-term vision, they can continue to push forward and eventually achieve their goals. Their resilience not only helps them succeed, but also inspires others in their community to pursue their dreams, even when the obstacles seem insurmountable. While individual success is important, true empowerment lies in our collective strength. We are part of a larger movement, one that spans generations, continents, and struggles. The work we do in our own lives, whether it's building wealth, advocating for justice, or educating ourselves and others, has a ripple effect. Each time we lift ourselves up, we are lifting our communities. Each time we break a barrier, we are making it easier for the next person to do the same. Each time we push for justice, we are contributing to the dismantling of the systems that oppress us. This is why collective action is so vital. It's not enough to succeed on your own. We must always think about how our individual successes can contribute to the larger movement for equity and justice. This means supporting Black-owned businesses, reinvesting in our communities, and standing up for those who are still fighting for the opportunities that we have been fortunate to receive. Practical example for collective action. A young Black professional who has achieved financial stability might choose to mentor other young people in their community, sharing knowledge about financial literacy, entrepreneurship, or career development. By doing so, they're contributing to the larger movement for economic justice, helping others build the skills and confidence they need to achieve their own success. It's easy to feel powerless in the face of systemic oppression, but the truth is that each of us has the power to shape the future. Every choice we make, whether it's where we spend our money, how we educate ourselves, or the causes we choose to support, contributes to the larger narrative of change. We are the architects of our own destiny, and while the systems we navigate are formidable, they are not unbreakable. As you move forward in your own journey, remember that you are not just building a life for yourself. You are contributing to the future of your community and the legacy of those who came before you. The fight for justice, equality, and economic empowerment is ongoing, and each of us has a role to play in that fight. Whether you're raising your voice against injustice, building a business that creates opportunities for others, or simply educating yourself about the systems that shape our world, you are part of something much larger than yourself. Practical example for shaping the future. A young Black woman passionate about social justice might decide to start a nonprofit organization dedicated to addressing racial disparities in healthcare. By using her skills, knowledge, and passion, she's not only creating a path for herself, but also contributing to the larger movement for racial equity. Her work helps to dismantle the systemic barriers that prevent Black communities from accessing quality health care and empowers others to take action in their own spheres of influence. As we conclude, it's important to emphasize that this journey is far from over. The fight for justice, equity, and empowerment is ongoing, and it will require all of us to remain committed to our personal growth, our collective strength, and our vision for a more just future. There will be setbacks along the way, and there will be moments when the weight of systemic oppression feels overwhelming. But we must remember that we are not alone in this fight. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, and we have the power to shape the future for those who will come after us. The journey of navigating systemic oppression and building a successful life is not linear. It is full of twists, turns, and obstacles. But with resilience, a commitment to continued learning, and a belief in the power of collective action, we can not only overcome these challenges, but also create a future where true independence and equality are within reach for all Black people. Your story is still being written, and the contributions you make, whether big or small, will have a lasting impact on the movement for change. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep fighting, the future is ours to build. Dear reader, I want to express my deepest gratitude to you for dedicating your time to explore the pages of this book. Your engagement with the stories, history, and reflections contained within is something I value immensely. My hope is that this book has not only sparked thought, but also inspired action and deepened your understanding of a powerful guide for Black Americans navigating life in a systemically racist society. This book is more than just a narrative. It's part of a broader movement. I encourage you to take ownership of its message and join me in amplifying these stories. By leaving a review on Amazon, you can help others discover the rich history shared here. But let's not stop there. Share this book with friends, family, and your broader community. Together, we can ensure that the voices and histories of a powerful guide for Black Americans navigating life in a systemically racist society resonate far beyond these pages and are never forgotten. I'm excited to share that this is just the beginning. I have more books in the works, continuing to delve into the rich, often overlooked histories that have shaped our world. Additionally, I am in the early stages of planning a documentary film about Freedmen's Village, with the aim of bringing this critical history to life on screen. Thank you for being part of this journey with me. Let's keep the momentum going and ensure these stories continue to be told and remembered. With sincere gratitude, Dr. Gavin Harrell. Once again, thank you for joining us today and listening to this audiobook. We truly appreciate your time and support. I'd like to invite you to please like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. By doing so, you're not just staying connected, you're becoming part of an exclusive community dedicated to celebrating knowledge, culture, and empowerment. If you're interested in the ebook or paperback edition of this audiobook, head over to our Amazon page. You'll find the link in the description below. And for those of you looking to show your support in other ways, we've got custom t-shirts, hoodies, and beautiful African wall art available. Just click the merchandise link in the description to check it out. Thank you and enjoy the audiobook.